the road course. This team now trying to find the same matchup on the Indy Oval. 34% experts.
Where have I been? I'm back. It's been about almost 2 months since my last live race reaction. Yeah, the Brickyard 400 is back. So this is one of the races was really looking forward to this year, and it's happening. If you don't know where Ace 49 is, he's at the track right now. He's watching the race in person. Yeah, originally my pick to win was Kyle Busch, but he ain't winning a race. He's not winning. If I have to choose drivers, it would be Reddick and Denny Hamlin, two of my faves. Obviously, Denny's my main guy, but Reddick and Bubba Wallace are my alternate faves. Gotta go and set up the race. Set up the leaderboard. All right, I got the leaderboard all set up. So Reddick won the pole with Denny Hamlin second, Chase Elliott third, Byron fourth. And guys, like I said, it's been almost 2 months since my last live race reaction, guys. I just got back from upstate New York on Wednesday, so it's been like 4 days since I got back.
Every sporting event has something that makes the magic to the recipe. For some, it's the venue. For some, it's the fans. For some, it's
the only thing that Denny Hamlin's missing in his career is a championship in the Brickyard 400.
Nobody could tell me what to expect. I had to feel it for myself. And you walk out there and you see this front straightaway with grandstands on the inside and the outside, and you start to recognize a facility that every hero I had growing up performed at. And the thought that you had the same opportunity is really what kind of set the stage. And that's what you hear when you hear the greats talk about this place, is how much it means. And those greats, I think, is what sets the stage for the youngsters who have to today.
Yeah, and in this field today, there are 11 drivers that have never raced on this oval. So think about that. They're at the highest level of stock car racing, and today will be the first time that they get to be and race on the Brickyard. So those drivers looking forward to it, but also the veterans. There are drivers like Brad Keselowski and Kyle Busch, we mentioned Jimmy Johnson, drivers that have won here. They know the importance. And so as the drivers are working their way around this racetrack now, getting ready for the starts of the Brickyard 400, celebrating the 30th anniversary, and we welcome you to NBC as we're getting ready for the start. Let's dial up Denny Hamlin, who is a driver that has not been able, and maybe we should wait on this because they're going to come to pit road for pit road speed.
Let's wait on that. That communication from the spotter and the crew chief, the driver, is imperative so that he can maximize his pit road speeds. We do not want to get in the middle of that and then get blamed if he does not win the Brickyard 400. So we're gonna stay out of their way a little bit. And even pit road speed, one of the many storylines we're going to follow, is 10 miles an hour slower than years past at the oval. It seems insignificant until you have a driver that goes a little too fast and completely change the course of your day. Yeah, it's still an art, Rick. Like you know, there's no button that you press and the car goes down pit road at a certain speed. You have to manually do that by looking at your tachometer. So it takes a lot of attention to detail. Just give them that space.
Pit road speed is 45 miles per hour. We'll see speeds upwards of 190 to 195 miles an hour when they enter turns 1 and turns 3 here. So that is a big slowdown to get down to pit road speed.
Yeah, long pit road, but narrow. It really becomes evident when you put these cars on here. It doesn't really jump out at you with the Indy cars taking the oval just because of the size of the vehicle. But when you put these stock cars on this pit road, you see right there, it's really like a 2-lane road. It's not a highway like in some locations. This is a 2-lane back road, and every year we seem to have a stack up on pit road or an accident.
they're working on pit road speed. Those of you enjoying this pre-race before the green flag on USA, we are now on NBC. You can continue to watch on NBC for the remainder of the Brickyard 400. And so now, as they have made their way along pit road, let's see if we can talk to the driver who still is looking for his very first Brickyard 400. This is the one crown jewel that he's missing.
Hey, Danny, it's Burton up in the booth. You with us? I got you. All right, bud. Hall of Fame career, trying to get that first Brickyard 400 win. What would it mean to you?
Well, I've kind of been saying all week that win here just extends your introduction after you're done racing. With that introduction, they tell you about all your accolades, and certainly winning the Brickyard would add to that. So we'd like to get that done today.
Well, we'll be riding with you. Thank you, buddy. Have a good day.
Therefore.
And we'll be embedded with the 11 team in the second stage. But right now, let's hear from the crew chief of the 11 this morning.
Yeah, let's chat with the crew chief side of the 11-team combo, Chris Gabehart. You know, Chris, at Pocono last week, it was a wide-open playbook in terms of strategy for you crew chiefs. Is it that open today here at Indianapolis?
Well, it's less because pit road speed takes longer to roll, and the lap time is just about 3 seconds slower. While that doesn't sound a lot, that does change the game quite a bit in terms of numbers. But one thing that doesn't change the game is this is a Brickyard. This is one of those races.
Hello, Red
Bigger
Rabbit.
than stage wins, it's bigger than points, and most everybody here will be thinking that way. Track position is going to be a lot harder to come by than even Pocono. So I imagine strategy will be ramped up accordingly.
If there's one thing that is in your control that could be a key to winning the race today, what would that be?
Just no mistakes. Yes, there's going to be a lot of strategy calls, but for us on the 11 car, especially when we've got a car as fast as we have today, to give ourselves a shot to win most weeks, we just have to not make any mistakes. And while that sounds simple and trivial, this is at a sports top level. The greatest in the game play it every week, and that's hard to do. So the key for us will be to execute a clean race and give Denny a chance to win.
We'll also be embedded with Chase Briscoe and his race team today, and that's where we find Dave Burns.
So let's start with the driver himself, Marty. Indiana's own Chase Briscoe, a favorite son of this state, if you will. Born and raised 90 miles south in Mitchell, a small town maybe nearing 5,000 these days. He was raised on racing. In fact, his grandpa Richard was a sprint car owner. His dad Kevin won 150 times in a sprint car, and Friday night they returned to their roots at Bloomington Speedway. Chase raced his 410 winged sprint, and the next generation, 2.5-year-old Brooks, yeah, he helped out. Dad didn't win, but he saw Dad drive to a 6th place finish. Now a win today for this family would mean so much. Chase has some work to do starting 20th, but it's a possibility. Dreams can happen here, Kim.
Dave, it's been a tough start to the weekend for Martin Truex Jr., who's making what will likely be his last Brickyard 400 start. The team made an adjustment after going through tech that NASCAR did not approve of, so the team had their car keep ejected. They'll drop to the rear and do a pass-through penalty, and they also lost their pit stall selection, which is so key here in Indianapolis. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Crew Chief James Small said the first task for this team is to stay on the first lap, and an early caution would be ideal for them.
Take a look at the playoff standings. 5 races remaining in the regular season.
And after this, a 2 to 3 week break. My goodness.
And then you look at the points. Martin Truex Jr. In his retirement year is, I would say, comfortably above that line. But Chastain and Wallace, 27 points separate the two on either side of that playoff line. Let's listen in to the driver, the number 12, one of the Penske drivers here in Indianapolis. Very important as they get their pep talk.
All right, everybody. Good luck today. Good long day. No matter whatever comes our way. It's going to get mixed up a lot. So just try to stay in the game. Mike, good job last week. Try to keep them rolling.
Talking about the win at Pocono a week ago, Jonathan Hassel, the crew chief, a Purdue grad. So he's got ties to the state of Indiana.
We talk a lot about the return of the oval. We have to just remember this is the first time we've seen this style of NASCAR car, this next-gen car. A little different aerodynamics, wider tires, a lot of question mark in the garage. They've all practiced, so they know how the car's going to drive, but how do they race? How do they work around one another? You even heard Gabehart mention it to Marty. You know,
all we have to do is be mistake-free. And then he followed up with, but that's really easy to say, really hard to do. This track really kind of forces you into mistakes.
Yeah, the drivers, they don't know what to expect. They're going to drive into turn one. It's the first time they've been around this many cars on this racetrack. That takes all the downforce away from your car. It is not going to drive as well as it did in practice yesterday, but they don't know how bad it's going to be. Because this is as Steve said, this is the first time. So we're going to be seeing them learn on the fly who can make the right adjustments from a driving standpoint and also from a team standpoint to get their car and their driver where they need to be at the right time in this race.
It's important to do anything better than your competitors when you come to Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Here we go.
We saw an emotional Tyler Reddick yesterday with the pole. He's in the 45. The right side of these lines coming at you, the inside line. Denny Hamlin on the outside. They make up row number one as we are getting ready for the start of the Brickyard 400 from Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Green, green, green. Let's go.
Tyler Reddick in the 45, surging ahead of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. The draft will be important. See some getting out of line, some getting in line. William Byron under attack in the 24.
So what we talked about, you can see some guys just thinking they have to run the bottom of the racetrack. Others trying to make that second lane work. Christopher Bell trying to make a move. That black and white car at the back of your screen did not work. And look what's happened. Kind of slowed that whole line up.
19 Martin Truex Jr. had a penalty in inspection earlier, so they had to pit road, do a pass-through penalty. We see him on pit road now. All in line again. These early laps learning how they can make passes around this racetrack. We're right along with the highpoint.com on board, Chase Briscoe.
Chase Briscoe trying to figure out where he wants to run. You can see as he gets a little bit closer down the straightaway with that draft. Now too wide in front of him. Now he's got to really be careful to hit his marks. Those cars get side by side. It takes all the air away from your car. All the way out of the gas, misses the groove.
He was right on the back bumper of A.J. Allmendinger. That number 16 took the air off the front of the car.
Well, on the left you heard is why the 17 easily cleared. Briscoe, now he's under attack as well by that Bass Pro car you see on the bottom. I believe that's the 10 of Noah Gregson. So 2 positions lost with that one mistake.
Todd Gilliland, line number 38. Here comes Carson Kosovar in the 77. Both going by the 99 of Daniel Suarez.
If you lose, you have to breathe that throttle. They're going to gang up on you. They're going to fly by you on the straights. You have to leave these corners with acceleration. Especially right now, Steve, when everybody's packed up on the restarts.
It's a test of patience, really, because you feel you can make a move on the car in front of you. You see Chastain and Suarez teammates side by side. The 99 hits the spot, gets right to the bottom to protect. Even the 33 of Ty Dillon behind him. Eric Jones, the green away car behind him.
Reddick has a 3/10 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson. Michael McDowell running in the 5th position right now, 2.4 seconds back.
Good so far.
Registry on board giving us this vantage point from right above the splitter for Austin Dillon, right on that front bumper.
one thing very special about this racetrack is this surface. It is so smooth. Jeff, you and I were out there earlier in the weekend. I mean, it feels like a freshly paved highway. It's not freshly paved. It's just so well cared for. No real bumps, no real ripples. Austin Dillon trying to figure out where he wants to run. Is it better to be a little bit higher, try and get a little downforce off the right side of the vehicle in front of you, or run a little bit lower? And when I say that, Rick, I'm talking about 3 to 4 inches. You know, at 170 miles an hour, it's not car width. It's inches that you're trying to negotiate at a high rate of speed. If you try to carry too much speed, then you do miss those marks.
Last year, the 8th, Kyle Busch, after starting pretty deep in this field, Kyle Busch qualified 34th.
It's in 32nd now.
Wow. Getting out of the gas?
Yeah, really working the throttle. See the challenge. Now here comes the run. Does he defend? Does he stay in line?
Riding along with Kyle Busch. Take a look at the progressive telemetry. We mentioned the speeds that you could see here. There will be shifting. Through the turn, 164 miles an hour. And down this front stretch, will he get to 200? 201 before he gets out of the gas.
The draft, we talk a lot about the air for the downforce, Jeff, in the corners. But the draft on these cars is real. Like, that's 201 for a car back in traffic. I'm not sure you'll see 201 out of the leader. Faster through the corner with the clean air, but I'm not sure the top end speed on the straightaway would match. Well, you can see him closing that gap. To the 1 car, on the outside, the 33 car.
Chastain got all loose outside.
Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain not with the pace we would expect of that car early in this race. And remember, he is in a tight point battle. He is right on that cut line, just ahead of Bubba Wallace. Getting past again. Bubba Wallace is running 14th position. This is not the start of the race that Chastain needs.
Yeah, get past for 32nd.
Try it. Oh, that's a big block. We'll see what that silver and black 41 of Ryan Preece feels about that. That shows you how competitive it is. He's willing to make that block and put himself in jeopardy for 32nd. And that shows you the intensity of this racing. You cannot give up any spot. You may not ever get it back.
Well, side by side here is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is trying to gain a spot. Make sure to switch over if you're watching.
Avoiding further trauma.
Go ahead and switch back over to NBC. Okay. Go back to NBC. There we go. So the first 8 laps so far are really interesting to say. Especially with this first time racing with this car on the oval, Indianapolis. So.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose. You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Block from watching the big match. Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
I was born to live in the limelight, but psoriasis kept me in the shadows until I got clearer skin with Bimzelx. Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
Yeah, if you don't know what happened during the pre-race show, NBC got they put on a special report involving politics, so that's why it was on USA.
This is your idea of ladylike? You're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pound of cheese was enough, it's not enough.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. Take NASCAR on the go with Xfinity Mobile. Whether you're in the grandstands or high above this racetrack, aerial coverage brought to you by Shady Rays. Enjoying the Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Out front is Tyler Reddick, but a pass for second where Chase Elliott was able to get by Denny Hamlin. Here's how he did it. Yeah, a little bit of a run. You see the 11 move down to kind of block. But he just, I think that's enough. Almost like he was trying to give him a top. And afraid another car might go by as well. And 9 easily was able to clear the 11 off the corner. And really, the 9 looks pretty decent. He's now pulled up to within a half a second of the leader, Tyler Reddick. Whitey, is Denny saying something about this 11 and how it's handling?
Rick, I go back to the comments Dale Jarrett had in the pre-race show. He said corner exit is everything here in Indianapolis, and that's where Denny Hamlin is struggling too tight, especially off turn 2. That's where his biggest issue is, and that's where the pass happened on the backstretch for Chase Elliott to be able to get the second spot. Now Hamlin is trying to hold Kyle Larson back there and hold on to the third spot. Meanwhile, a little further back, William Byron is sitting in 7th, and a moment ago, Rudy Fugle had an interesting comment in regards to what we're talking about drafting here in Indianapolis. Listen in.
You're running as close to the wing as anybody up front. Yeah,
So, Jeff, why is it important for William Byron to know, hey, you can run closer to the car in front of you than almost anyone in the top 10?
Well, a couple things. Number one, he needs to understand that everybody struggles with it. He's not the only one out there. It's the magnitude in which you're struggling. So the information to the team is, this is what my car won't do in this situation. And then the team has to go to work fixing it. And how much can you fix it? How much do you work on it? And that information is very difficult for a crew chief to understand, and it's impossible for the driver to understand what other teams are dealing with. And it's just, you're talking about a tenth of a second around a 2.5 mile racetrack that you're trying to gain. And you do that with precision, not by taking guesses.
We heard the draft. Steve, explain a little bit more of the draft for us.
Well, to understand aerodynamics, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. This next-gen car has a weight like a boat, but it's much narrower, almost like a jet stream. So if you're trailing and you're looking for an advantage on the straightaway, you can get into that dirty air, that weight can pull forward. But Jeff, for downforce, you can move out to the left or even the right on this car. Yeah, this car is very unique. It's different than any car NASCAR has ever had. Normally, if you move to the right like this on the car in front of you, your downforce got worse. But in this car, you get clean air, and the air runs underneath the car, and that makes downforce. So I think as this race goes on, we'll see the drivers with more options, trying different things, not just trying to get to the left of somebody, but trying to get clean air to the right.
So we're on board with Chase Briscoe in this 14, the
I'm telling you, man.
Right here, he wants to be in line, the strip clean, trying to draft up, get the advantage. But now into the corner, if the car in front gets all the way to the bottom, which he does, Briscoe has to be very, very careful. Now, I don't think the groove is wide enough to offset to the right yet, but later in the race, after restarts, this is an option to be to the right. It's more comfortable, I think, to be to the left. I'm just not sure if the groove is wide enough here in Indianapolis to allow that. Jake.
The exit of the corner, he just left two. That's his big struggle right now. It is too tight. It wants to go toward the wall when he tries to put down the gas off the corner. But you guys were talking earlier about cars getting past and then losing a lot of spots. Well, Chase Briscoe started 20th. He's only back to 21st. So when he got passed earlier, that wasn't big damage. His engineer, Mike Cook, told me this morning that's something Chase has really worked on. And last week at Pocono, we saw him do well at that. He got past. He didn't get flustered. He got back in line and held his position. Track position so big these days with this race car and at this racetrack today.
You mentioned earlier Chase Briscoe, Indiana native. Mitchell, Indiana, about an hour and a half from here.
So we're starting to see kind of some natural separation in the field, almost in packs, like we're racing the Tour de France. We have the leaders and the pelotons. You see right here, that's basically the front 8 cars. Last car on line, Ty Gibbs. Now here comes the next pack, led by Ricky Stenhouse. I think Stenhouse probably doesn't have the best car, and he's stacking traffic up behind him, Jeff. And that's another, say, 10 cars. The end of it being Corey LaJoie, then really the third pack.
Yeah, so now you see right here, moves being made. AJ Allmendinger being passed. Now, can other people get by AJ? If they can this third group run that second group down? That the guy in the first car, this pace isn't where it needs to be. It just drags everybody back. Yep.
AJ does not
Oh
like
my
his car. He
goodness.
said nothing to lean on. I'm wrecking every corner when I
We literally have pack racing right now.
Any security I had in practice is gone. And AJ asked how long before we pick. And the crew chief told him we're hoping for a caution. AJ said this is such a bad balance on his car. I am going to be the caution.
So, Jim, speaking of pitting, I talked to Billy Scott as we watch AJ Allmendinger trying to hang on to his race car there, the crew chief for Tyler Reddick this morning. He said, Steve, he would be comfortable running about 40 to 41 laps on a fuel run. But I love the word you just used, Steve, the peloton. So is leading the peloton up front like Tyler Reddick is doing right now a penalty in terms of fuel consumption? And Kim, is there more with AJ Allmendinger?
AJ just went down pit road
Did
there.
not have what he needed. He needed more security, and he just was wrecking in every corner. He felt like they're bringing him down 4 threads to their tires. A big adjustment for AJ in Sunoco fuel.
You're absolutely right, Marty. Great update from Tim, but leading Rick, you were breaking that air first, so you are using more fuel. Not a lot here, maybe a lap or 2 laps more than your competitors.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm protecting my car. That's too much work. Weather today.
Oh, I'll be back, by the way. I'm just gonna go get some water and a little snack. All right, I'm back. Got water and a banana, so.
I saved $800. They'll even alert me if they find a better rate. And it's free.
Go to Experian.com/car.
The more love we give, the more love we feel. The more love we feel, the more rainbows we puke. The more rainbows we puke, the more oranges we end, the more thighs. The more oranges we end, the more thighs. The more dear we become. The more dear we become, the more friends we find. The more friends we find, the more our friends find us. More our friends than us. More love we feel, more love we feel, more love we get.
Pizza Hut, you on Chicago with a pilot.
See, this is for tour. Tavern style pizza is our thing. You just have to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. Going out, Pizza's the Hut.
This is once in a lifetime. This is golf at the Paris Olympics. And what they're playing for is bigger than any championship.
You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your country.
Golf at the Paris Olympics on NBC and Peacock.
You can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live reports. There's in-car cameras as well as radio broadcast. You can upgrade to premium for full access to driving audio channels. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. All right, Steve, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 in pocket, $150 in bonus bets instantly. All you have to do is download the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Steve, you've been holding the crown in our fantasy. So talk to us a little bit about the odds.
Well, on the live odds, these adjust as they run. Chase Elliott is the favorite, currently running second. Reddick, the leader, plus 450, so 4.5 times your money. Ryan Blaney, 9-1. Byron, 10-1. Logano and Bell, a little bit longer shots at 18-1. And Jeff, I don't know if we've seen with this car yet. Everybody's been very patient and been in line.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing left to go. A lot's going to happen. Pit stops, strategies, all sorts of things, restarts. It's really easy to say right now. See Denny Hamlin peeling off coming down pit road.
So Denny Hamlin was running in the third
Huh?
spot.
Okay, well, this is an early strategy, I guess. Oh, yeah.
Halfway through stage one. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, an interesting strategy call by Chris Gabehart, who did say there would be some strategy here. Again, just to reiterate, every team has to come down with stage one. What you have to wonder is if it's going to grab other teams down there. But a terrific look at Chris Gabehart as he's watching his driver going through the pit stop. Who said his car just got way too tight the longer they ran. And a moment ago, Billy's got to Tyler Reddick, his driver, who's led every lap to this point. We're about 15 laps today. That would be 8 laps from now. See what do you think about this call by Chris Gabehart?
Elliott's coming in, Larson's coming in.
At this point right now, you've burned the exact amount of fuel that matters.
And their cars are coming in.
Before tires. So as we see Chase Elliott, Larson, when the tires are done, the jack drops, the car leaves. You don't have to wait on gas. If you ran longer, you would have longer pit stops, Marty, because of the tires to fill your car up.
You see some of the rest of these pit crews under these green light stops to not lose any time for their drivers. Chase Elliott said his car fired up a little bit tighter than he thought it would, but it was so good. The longer he ran, they're going to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel to make it to the end of here, stage one. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson here, back on the oval after running the Indy 500 in the month of May. And his car was too tight in traffic. They're going to get the fuel here they need to make it to the end of stage one and those fresh Goodyear tires.
Marty mentioned running the 5 running the 8,500. Qualified 5th for the 8,500, qualified 5th for this race. You see the 11 who had been to pit road is going to get back out in front of these cars.
I think the key to the 11 car here is that he got in clean air. When he came out on the racetrack, look, there's only one car in front of him, Mark Truex Jr., and he's way out in front of him. So he was able to get out, no car in front of him, make 2 laps, new tires, clean air, and those were the fastest laps he could make.
And that's not luck. That's part of the plan. Chris Gabehart, most of these teams have a predictor model to tell you where they'll rejoin the pack. Because Jeff, to your point, that's as important as anything, right? We've seen guys, when they break traffic, they'll pick up a half a second. Just having a little bit of a clean in front. There's Chris Gabehart at the bottom, looking on board.
Riding along with Coca-Cola on board of Denny Hamlin. All right, now, how does this play into Tyler?
We got one of the most golden crew chiefs in the Cup Series right now.
I don't know if they have to lead the race. He's running pretty good lap times overall. William Byron's, we're going to see. And this is basically what it looks like. Byron's a lap down to the 45 currently. We'll see if these new tires work for the 24. He's at, yeah, remember, Truex circa past there, so he was way behind the field.
And Truex just needed a little bit more on the rear. He said it was way too greasy, but it did make a slight air pressure
after adjustment, Dave.
Bob O'Brien Blaney hitting pit road. He said he needs help in the center and the exit turn. So they'll give him an adjustment for that, send him back on his way.
Well, this right here is what we talked about. So William Byron, he came out behind the 45 car. He does not have clean air. He can go no faster than Reddick right now. So getting behind him versus
Chase Elliott's got a penalty.
And the big loser so far, Chase Elliott, penalty on pit road.
Now, blend line infraction. Steve, tell us what was going on there, why he got that infraction.
So it's interesting because you have to use the warm-up lane through turn 1 and turn 2, which I think Chase Elliott did. The question has, did he come too far to the right? I was under the impression you could make as big an arc as possible. The argument might be that he actually entered the racetrack itself once you get to that second white line. If we back that up one more time, between the two corners, there's 2 white lines on the racetrack. One is kind of the top of the access road. The other one is the apron of the racetrack. Martin.
Well, Steve, this team has been flawless on pit road for a long time. They got a speeding penalty for the first time in 90-plus races last week, and this is what Alan Gustafson wants clarification on, Steve. Right here, he wants to know, was it when we came up in the center of the corner, and right now they're telling him it was in turn 2. That's where your bloodline penalty came from, but Alan Gustafson still wants to talk to officials to understand why that happened.
So turn 2, this is turn 2. The 9's clearly on the access road. Does he slide across the grass? No. That looks good to me. The only thing that could be in question is between turns 1 and 2. Now, I, from races past, don't believe that the 9 did anything different than I have seen. I've seen cars make the big arc, but the argument could be made that crossing over that second white line, you are now on the racing surface. So if you rejoin the race before the exit of turn 2, we'll get some clarification from NASCAR, but either way, penalty served from the 9.
Listening to the 9 radio.
I need to give some clarification on this. Where we're at. You don't have to take a little line into the center of the corner.
So I agree exactly with Alan Gustafson. What is the clarification? You can hear he's not mad, he's not yelling, he needs to understand because the verbiage of how it reads is you have to use the access lane before you can enter the track. Now, I think the 9 has done what we have seen in years past. NASCAR obviously not agree. Martin.
And Chase Elliott's hot, as you can imagine, Steve. He said, I studied the sheet they sent to me yesterday. I did exactly what they told me I could do. So they told him right now to stay below the white line on the outside right there. Chase Fuller, Trey Fuller's spotter said stay below that line. Chase Elliott did it that time. And Chase again saying, I did exactly what NASCAR said I could do on the sheet yesterday. I followed it to a T. He is really upset.
We actually asked this question this morning because we've seen multiple times how this happens. And NASCAR felt they had communicated with the drivers to tell them what the rule would be. Let's listen to Chase Elliott.
Hey, what the? They sit out the sheet yesterday. Do exactly what they tell them to do.
Yeah, so NASCAR is saying that all 4 have to be below the second white line. You cannot access the racetrack. Well, the verbiage of the sheet he's referring to is a handout, and the exact term is you must use the access road until the exit of turn 2. That's what's printed on the sheet. So NASCAR feels when he goes driver's right of the second white line, he's no longer on the access road. That would be how they officiated this situation.
So Tyler Reddick's going.
See the link.
This is your favorite, right?
Where I grew up.
Check this out. Imagine Little Italy in 1954.
Summarize this.
It starts with an empty prompt.
Oh, there it is.
At your fingertips.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
If your answer to the summer heat is we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Allies.
savings button can help you save for anything you want to buy. Something you can save it for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
Black horse. FX. Stream on Hulu. And experience QPC eating those. You should never let the ketchup, the balls, and the hot and juicy burger go to waste.
You're watching the Brickyard 400 on NBC. Want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it's been turned by Denny Hamlin back on lap 26. Time of under 50 seconds, an average speed around this racetrack over 180 miles an hour.
And those fast laps that Jeff mentioned about it in the clean air, I believe he's going to get the 11, the lead of this race when it cycles around. Reddick currently leads, but Hamlin's up to 16, about 50 seconds behind the leader, Kim.
And Kurt Liggins, their crew chief for Noah Grigson, and Lexington Keith out long because he was making the best lap times of the day. They'll bring you in when they fall off. They fell off. So Noah Grigson in for 2 tires and a little 3 going over the bumps in 3, he said.
So we've seen a couple 2-tire calls and short fill. I don't love that call because at some point you're going to have to put fuel in the car, and I think you're going to have to do it under yellow when everybody's on pit road. You might lose more stops. But we're going to have to see how it cycles through and see just which pit call works the best.
There's no time getting down pit road. I think you're going to see everyone who has not been to start to pit through this cycle. Todd actually left the car the longer it ran, so Chris Gale made the call to leave him out long here in stage 1 with 14 laps to go. Next time coming down pit road will be Tyler Reddick. The interesting part about Tyler Reddick coming down pit road, he's done every lap to this point. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin is only 40 seconds behind, so we'll see if Denny Hamlin will hold the lead or see Tyler Reddick taking down pit road.
All right, now
Hamlin is 41 seconds behind the 45. We see Tyler Reddick on pit road now, so he will give up the lead. Michael McDowell is in front of the field here at Indianapolis. Marty's coming to you.
Yeah, and Billy Scott just told Tyler Reddick a moment ago, when you lead every lap, Rick, as you can get to not have any complaints about the race car. But he said, we're going to do 4 tires here. You're going to have to wait on fuel. You see Denny Hamlin coming through turns 3 and 4 right now. This is a long pit road, Steve. I don't see how this works out until the 45 will cycle anywhere close to where Denny Hamlin is because he's already on the front stretch, and Reddick's going to have to wait on fuel and now left on tires as well.
Yeah, the 11 of Denny Hamlin bottom of your screen is going to be the leader of this race with this cycle around.
Thank you, Chris Gable.
As a matter of fact, before Reddick was even able to get off of the pit road, now he still has to take the access road.
The difference, though, is Tyler Reddick's car is now full at lap 38. Denny Hamlin's was full at lap 24. So that means under yellow, back to my point about caution flag pit stops, Reddick might be able to do something then. Hamlin doing a nice job, and now he has a mirror full of Kyle Larson, Dave.
Michael McDowell assumed the race in the 34 car, but now he comes to pit road. His car early on was loose in the driver's opinion. At the end, it's a little bit free and clean air, so possibly going the right direction. You do want to be a little bit uncomfortable here at the center run.
So why does everybody not come right away? If you're looking for that good break, and that good break will be a yellow. It's one of these cars that don't have track position, and you get that yellow, you can pit under yellow. Unlike some other tracks, you don't stay on the lead lap, right? Most people, when they pit, lost the lap from Tyler Reddick. Very difficult pit road to get to. You have to carry as much speed as possible. Throw the Logano, locking the front tires up to get down to pit road speed. That doesn't matter much under this situation, but if you get in there and you're trying to do a quick fuel only, not change tires, that can put you in a position that you have to because you may have flat spotted those front tires. In this situation, they're going to change them anyway. But later in the race, if you're trying to play that strategy, the driver's going to have to be a little more careful.
Remember, pit road speed's 45 miles an hour. It's like coming off of an interstate, going right into a neighborhood where you've got to back it down immediately. And that's what these drivers are having to do on the pit road. Well, the two of Austin Cindric was unable to get down to speed. He was too fast entering pit road, so he'll have to do a penalty.
And, good race car in practice. Ended up getting in the wall in qualifying and starting back, and that's it. You know what I mean? You start making mistakes, and it compounds on you.
Well, let's make it up. Let's not forget, that's really where Kyle Larson's EV 500 get away from him. Was pit road speeding penalty. Looked like he was going to have a top 10 run. Larson looks really good on this run. He's run the 11 down, kind of with a little bit of clean air and through traffic. Dave.
Corey LaJoy on pit road, Christopher Bell on pit road, giving up the lead, and they were calling for 2 right side tires only to be changed on Christopher Bell's car. So service is complete for Bell. He now leaves pit road and will head back out. But now he's coming in here. Here it is. To the line, and will they change this to 2? That was the plan. Bell said his car was just a little bit bad, type-wise, in turns 2 and 4. So he's changing his line just a little bit. The key here, don't slide your tires, so you have to change them.
It's really about your position on the racetrack. With cars in front, it's hard to make lap time. Jeff and I keep watching time and scoring, and the fast car almost keeps rotating around through the field.
Denny Hamlin right now scored a second, but he is the first behind Keselowski who hasn't been to pit road yet. So Brad Keselowski comes to pit road. Denny Hamlin will take over as the leader here at the Brickyard 400. And Keselowski now is on pit road. Kim.
And he's going to make a sound right in his box. Keselowski's saying it's good and clean air, but he is struggling in dirty air. They elected to keep him out long. They did tell him you're going to be waiting on fuel. Hopefully we'll be able to leapfrog some of the guys that have to spend longer on pit road at the end of this stage, as you see right there, waiting on that fuel.
Only 9 laps to go in the stage. And race leader Denny Hamlin has a 2.6 second or 0.2 of a second lead over Kyle Larson, running second right now.
All right. Good deal.
Hey, Bob. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No.
Good deal. And also, I'm going to be updating my profile picture right on my 3-year anniversary of this channel. This channel starting, or my first video to be exact.
I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
So, pretty good day.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousness.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck you're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, they. The $1.99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
With Just for Men eliminates gray, you get a great before and after, and then the after the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And try 1-day beard brow color. The fastest, easiest way to cover grays and define lines.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race to the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
What from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Daytona always brings the drama. From the pre-race highs until the red lights shine.
Everything's on the line. The risk will be higher.
3 wide. Got to keep playoff hopes alive. It's now or never.
The most stressful night of racing that you'll ever go through.
For an unforgettable weekend, family fun, high wattage star power, and front row seats.
Looking forward to that race. Hopefully it doesn't do anything out. Because, like, the weather here ever since I got back from my trip has been absolutely atrocious. Well, it's sunny now, but majority of the time I've been back, it's just the weather has not been good. Well, I'll see Larson closing in.
Still holding on to that 2/10 of a second lead over Kyle Larson. We'll take a look at the Toyota driver update, and we'll focus on Denny Hamlin. Currently running in the top spot, started on the outside of row 1. The lowest he's been is 36 because of when they came to pit road and did their strategy move. It was early enough that now they have an 8-second lead, well, 7.2-second lead over Tyler Reddick, who had led the first 36 laps of this race. So, Steve, how does Tyler Reddick get over the deficit that they had by staying out on the racetrack about 13 laps longer?
Well, he ran long enough that, it's going to be interesting to see. Math says you can do this entire race on 3 stops. It seems to be a little bit more advantageous to kind of do it at the end of each stage and one in that final stage. We'll just have to see how the 45 plays it. It's going to be a very complicated kind of mess of traffic with fuel load. We see 2 tires and 4 tires. This is one of those chess games, right? Because we're just going to cover it as it goes because the crew chiefs themselves have a plan. The question is, what is their plan? Where do they think it's going to pay off? Are they looking for a great caution or a lucky break, or are they just trying to gain some track position currently where they run the race, Marty?
Good eye, Steve. I just checked in with Billy Scott with Tyler Reddick. I think folks sitting at home might have been like, why are they taking so long on this pit stop to make sure it's full for Tyler Reddick after having the best car early in stage 1? And Billy Scott told me we're trying to eliminate a pit stop for the rest of the race. So by his math, Steve, hitting in lap 37, 13 laps after Denny Hamlin, he can then go to lap 77 range, then to lap 120 range if it stays green like this.
Of course.
And only do this race in 3 stops. You like that, Paul?
Well, I'll let you know when I see when the yellows come out.
That's the winning call.
I like that he has a plan. So I guess I do like the call because he said this is what I'm going to do, and I'll adjust if the yellows come out. I know Billy Scott has plan A, B, and C, so I don't hate the plan. I think it's a good idea.
I guess Lasky got a penalty there.
Different. All right, the 6 of Brad Keselowski also has a penalty. Let's listen in.
Next violation, you cross over the outer white line a little bit of water. You doesn't matter. It's not what their damn email says. Their email says it's going toward the racing line. I was not in the racing line.
And this is going to be very controversial. NASCAR sent me the latest email they sent the teams, and it says stay off the racing surface. They swing wide beyond the white line on the acceleration lanes between 1 and 2, but stay off the racing surface.
So there, the 6 has just got its right side tires on what we would call the racing surface, not the racing line, but the surface.
I don't know if I would call that the racing surface. That's the problem with that update.
But isn't that white line that signifies the apron of a racetrack?
Yeah, but it hasn't for 14 years that we run the Brickyard 200. I've seen drivers go out there all the time. So, Jeff pointed out controversy, and now he's seen the 17 at Butcher. My point is, Rick, I agree that if the line is going to be the reference point, then let's
what happened?
In the update. So
is that?
We'll have to see if this information gets handed to all the other drivers, Jeff.
Huh? Is that smoke? Is that?
Yeah, you can't move on that line, and then there's no question.
Agreed.
This is a vague rule.
So again, the 9 was penalized first.
Well, look
by car in the front here.
Yeah, well, look at the 5 behind. So the 9's there. He got penalized, right?
Definitely above.
5 behind. He's on the white line, I guess. Not in the racing surface. But just make the rule. You can't go on the white line, and everybody understands it.
We see the 11 on this, the final lap of stage 1, and the gap has closed now. Here comes Larson. in the 5. A playoff point on the line if you win the stage. And great entry through the turn 4 turn.
Stage 1 winners.
And he'll come to the green and white checkered flag. Denny Hamlin is going to win stage 1 at the Brickyard.
Whoa.
Denny's first stage win here at Indy. His 6th stage win already of 2024. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at 9th, and Noah Gregson rounding out the top 10, all receiving stage points. Denny Hamlin looking for his first ever Brickyard 400, the crown jewel that he has not been able to win yet. And he takes stage number 1, the first step on his way to victory lane.
So for a little bit of chaos. Dash and drop.
So stage 2 is going to be 50 laps, and then stage 3 is going to be 60 laps. I can't wait till the playoffs begin. I can't wait for fall. So that's going to be my favorite. That's going to be a lot of videos going to be out. NFL videos, my Buffalo Bills game reviews. Just a lot of stuff's going to happen around that time frame. So I cannot wait for that.
Classic flavors of bacon, lettuce, and tomato meet the classic goodness of Hardee's Frisco lineup. You get instant summer favorites. Introducing Hardee's Frisco BLT Angus Burger and Frisco BLT hand-breaded chicken sandwich.
We have the best vacation.
Yeah, and it was easy with the points we earned with the flagship card from Navy Federal Credit Union. I can't imagine where we'd be without them.
They have the best vacation. Look at all this fish. I love our points.
Yeah, me too. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. That's 10% below MSRP on select GMC Sierra models. See your Down East GMC dealer. Goodness. Right?
Didn't they just play this commercial already?
Perfect for dipping. Ice cold lemonade, handcrafted for sipping. Summertime is goodness time, especially at Hardee's.
You'll know first when weather impacts you with First Order Weather on WITN News.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Toyota. Skill places. Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank. NASCAR American Express card. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we'll see who makes their way onto pit road. It's going to be led by the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin again came on lap 24 for his first stop, but he's leading a long line of cars, Dave.
Right, Blaney came out lap 27, Rick, coming out of 3rd place now. And on that
All
side,
right.
2 tires. So let's have them get 4 tires here for Blaney.
Looks
A little bit free at the end there. He's not faster than the guys in front of me. They're just doing a good job of protecting.
5th pit box.
Very confident here.
Hey, the playoff point in the bank for Denny Hamlin, top right of your screen. Chris Gabehart said we're going to restart about 10th to 15th. Tell me what you need for traffic. He said I need to be freed up, especially on throttle. Meanwhile, William Byron said the handling was much more manageable. Rudy Fugel,
9.4 second pit stop. Good deal.
Larson said I too can stand to be a little bit freer if I'm going to be in traffic. And they told him we'd have to wait just a little bit on fuel, some 2 tires, some 4 tires.
Ty Gibbs and Wallace with 2 tires each.
Yeah, 7 cars stayed out on the racetrack, so Different strategies will have a different lineup. We're going to be embedded with the 11 and the 14 teams. So Marty and Dave are joining the crew.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. We have the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pound of cheese was enough, it's not enough.
Before my doctor and I chose Breastream for my COPD, I had bad days. Flare-ups that could permanently damage my lungs. With Breastream, things changed for me. Breastream gave me better breathing. Starting within 5 minutes, I noticed my lung function improve. It helped improve my symptoms. And Breastream was even proven to reduce flare-ups, including those that could send me to the hospital. So now, I look forward to more good days.
Breastream won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breastream more than prescribed. Breastream may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford your medication? AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Ask your doctor about Breastream.
At Cracker Barrel, we're putting a little sting in every bite of our fried chicken. But our new sweet heat sauce will have you saying, ooh, not now. What are you waiting for? Buzz on in and try it. And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
The story is resilience in home. Please take care of yourself and each other.
The race to the NASCAR playoffs is on USA. Next stop, Richmond.
And the short track.
NASCAR returns after the Olympics on USA.
You know, pretty much a student of the game.
Let's do a little one. My man. No problem.
Hell yeah, man.
That's how you win a race, Steve.
Gotta go with 3 more games.
Yes, sir. Great job, Chris.
Kind of patient. I feel like I try to go on the race kind of come to me a little bit more, especially last year or two.
Go, all the way, go.
You would have told me would have been second 2 hours ago. I wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah, that's a big game.
Wherever I feel like I can make some gains at one particular track, I go study those who are great at it.
It's going to be fun here in Stage 2 to be embedded with the teams of Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin as well. So a lot of you know Chris Gabehart in this capacity as a very successful championship crew chief. But how about Chris Gabehart, the successful driver? Yes, he lived here in Indianapolis when he was driving a super late model and winning a lot of races, I might add, all around the Midwest. And if you have a very keen eye, look in some of these pictures, you'll see Jonathan Hassler as well. So they went to Purdue together, kind of moved to North Carolina at the same time together. And Hassler won last week with Ryan Blaney. So as Gabehart told me, not only it's just his turn to win after his buddy winning last week, Gabehart wants to get a crown jewel here at Indianapolis this week, Dave.
Well, let's stay with the racing family's theme. Richard Boswell, the crew chief for Chase Briscoe. His dad, Dickie Boswell, was a very famous short track racer. You've carried on the tradition then from the pit box here, but it looks like you've got a big challenge taking the car started 20th, and Chase hasn't made a lot of progress. You took 2 tires that time, so what's the challenge from here on out?
Yeah, I think the challenge right now is getting the car driving good for him. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive with the car and his inputs, and try to do a little bit of strategy there with some right sides. And a lot of people were thinking the same thing, so didn't gain a whole lot, gained a little bit, but made a pretty big adjustment. Right side tire should tighten us up, and we made a wedge adjustment to help tighten us up. So hopefully that gets the car where he needs it, and we can be a little bit more aggressive from here on out.
All right, go forward to stage 2. We'll keep track of the 14 here. DJ, you're from a racing family too, obviously. What are you looking at?
Yeah, what I'm looking at now is, as uneventful maybe as that first stage might have seemed with the different strategies,
Now the drivers are really going to earn their keep, trying to get through this, work through traffic, if they want to get to this trophy behind me and get their name on there today.
And they'll be up there with you in victory circle. The cars get lifted up, elevator or lift that takes them up there.
Yeah, so DJ mentioned it. You know, see McDowell from the pack. He hasn't been there all day. Pit strategy. He's got McDowell there. He's got Nemechek there. LaJoy, Bush, Gilliland, all those guys. They did it earlier. They didn't pit this time. They did that to get the track position. We don't know what kind of cars they've got, but they're starting in the front of this pack.
7 cars stayed out on the racetrack. A different strategy. It's Reddick, McDowell, Nemechek, Logano, LaJoy, Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland.
Just to add a little flavor to it, because they're out there to just put 2 tires on as well instead of 4. So there we go right there. That's that mixture. You ready for a little bit of a brake cramp? I got one more for you. Let's go. The 1 of Chastain, the 43 of Jones came and topped off with 1 to go. So with 45 to go in the stage, with maybe 1 more yellow, they might not pit at all in stage 2. So other than that, race pretty straightforward. Just, you know, everybody's doing something. We just don't exactly know what all the somethings are quite yet.
Well, that's why we have you up here, Steve, so you can spell out all the strategies and say the pros and the cons of why those are happening. The magnitude of this racetrack, it is so big. The whole facility covers 560 acres, but it's difficult for one spotter now because they're not on top of the pagoda to spot around the entire race. So there's 2 spotters for these teams, and we are going to be with Chase Briscoe and his team. Jim Campbell and Justin Bolton are taking care of the spotting duties. We're going to listen to them on this restart.
So make sure you're leaving yourself room, not driving the bumpers, getting way too tight, cutting late left. Ooh, little last minute coaching. I like that. Don't get too close. Late lefts. He means don't drive in, get arrow tight, have to lift on corner exit. That's where you're going to lose most of the time.
All right. Second stage.
So Briscoe restarts 23rd. We're going to listen in.
Can I wait? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gonna be green. All up behind you. Go on, 2 by 2. Go down there, 4. Middle 3, clear up 1 inside. Go line up inside with a 9, he's at your quarter. Push the 10 if you can, there's a gap on the front line.
Ooh. Oh, I see what that Dyson move there I saw. Oh my gosh. That was. Oh my goodness. Whew. All right, anyone's up to 8.
Saw that 84 of Jimmy Johnson get out of line. He made it 3 wide at one point. There's AJ Allmendinger in the 16 moving to the inside.
There's a battle trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. You can make the top work for a lap or 2, but when these cars build speed, it's hard to make that outside work. AJ Allmendinger, it's rough down there. The car's bottoming out. That's what that smoke was flying out from underneath it. Everybody trying to go with him.
Wow.
Fading out on the straightaway. 71 Zane Smith right behind that 16. And then Mark Truex Jr. putting Zane Smith on the outside. Trying to break the draft as they go down the front stretch. Austin Dillon in the 3 tucks in behind that 14 of Chase Briscoe.
Got the single file out of that snake down the straightaway. You see a little bit of defensive moves.
Ooh,
Big move by the
Truex.
19th Truex. That penalty to start the race. Still trying to overcome it. 48 of Bowman, and I believe that's the 10. Oh, no, it's in the light gray. No grip up there, Rick.
I know he drifted up and lost about 3 car lengths. on that 48 of Alex Bowman. So now it's John Hunter Nemechek who is out in front of Tyler Reddick, and John Hunter Nemechek has the lead here in Indy. Kyle Busch has made his way up to third. Corey LaJoie, Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano, all part of the top 7. Hamlin back there in the 8th position.
John Hunter, right? That just shows why the strategy is so good. The 23 of Bubba Wallace currently below the cut line in playoff points, looking for some points, or a win would be magical. He's the first car on those fresher tires. Came in lap 52 for 2 tires. We're on board with this Toyota on board. Listening to the throttle right there, pretty confident back to the gas, running in the 6th position. I think this is the driver, when I look below the cut line, this one has the most firepower. I have it here. Michigan, for sure, Daytona. Jeff, there are tracks that I think Bubba Wallace could go to victory lane and get that instant berth in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I think this car has more speed than Chastain on a weekly basis. But this game isn't just about who's the fastest. You have to execute. You have to not make mistakes. You have to get points. And we saw Busch with that tire problem.
With Nemechek leading, that puts him in. That knocks Buescher to 9 and Chastain to -9.
Different odd injuries to them. One was the outside of the tread above the sidewall, and the other just recently was right in the middle of the tire patch. Now, the set that just came off was fine. So the team has no idea why 2 different left rears had failed on the 17. They're concerned about it. He's 2 laps down already. It'll be a fight the rest of the day.
He was fighting convention down there at
it must have a tire down line
for the playoffs. He's currently in the 16th spot, but only 9 points above Bubba Wallace.
See, I think the biggest issue for them is that they've had 2 issues with left rear tires. Then the only thing that they can assume is that they've got to put air pressure in it to keep it from failing, and that means the car's going to drive worse. So they are 2 laps down. It's hard to see them finding their way out of this unless they get a lot of cautions at the right time.
Yeah, like at Darlington Rick, every caution, everybody comes to pit road. You can stay out, hope to get a few laps back. But here, with all these split strategies, 2 down is a really uphill battle.
So we talk about strategies. How do the guys who stayed out under this most recent caution, how does their strategy play out? No cautions or a caution at the right time?
I think for them, they are planning on for a green flag race. They know their pit stops already. What we're hearing from Marty's update on the 45 crew chiefs was that there's a group of guys that they've looked at the race, forget stages, forget complications. If this was going to be a green, if this was a road trip from Indianapolis to Charlotte, we only have to stop 3 times. They've already figured out exactly what laps they want to stop at, and that's why you're going to see Nemechek, Reddick, Busch, LaJoie, and even McDowell. I think you're going to see that whole group stay within a couple or 3 laps of each other every time they come to pit road. Now, you know what messes up the road trip? Construction, and that's basically a yellow flag. That's what happens. You get a yellow flag, it bunches up the field. That's when you have to be able to adapt.
So far, we have no cautions for incidents.
And
Nemechek, he's even pulling away, too. Dang, almost 2 seconds. Oh, 2 seconds. Oh, my. Probably because of that clean air, if I had to guess.
For Hendrick Motorsports cars out on the racetrack, and the guy who was up front leading the field before the green flag flew was another Hendrick driver, Rick Hendrick, actually. He was the honorary pace car driver to start the Brickyard 400. I want to get a few updates as we're 13 laps into stage 2, and we'll start with the 7 and Dave.
Well, Rick, we had talked to Richard Boswell about Chase Briscoe trying to get him strategized to the front. Well, the 7 Corey LaJoie, he started 19th. They took 4 tires on lap 40. That's the only time they pitted, but it's kept very close to the front. He's now 4th.
Well, for Kyle Busch and the number 18, they knew they had to do something different. And told me they were going to take advantage of any subject to get us different than the leaders. You're looking at the Cheddar's onboard camera on Kyle Busch. And they also said we were way better than we were in qualifying. Kyle overdrove it. Got really free in turn 4. They said they're probably a 10 to 15 place car. Randall just told his driver, the strategy wrong.
Only 6 top 10 finishes.
What they told Kyle, Marty.
Didn't want a shot in the arm for Legacy Motor Club. John Hunter Nemechek up front, yes, on strategy, but clearly has the pace as well. This team has struggled transitioning to Toyota, but leading laps at Indy where the boss, Jimmy Johnson, had so much success. that certainly helps. Meanwhile, Tyler
Jimmy Johnson is
in second
17th.
right now. Billy Scott told him, let's save fuel as much as you
Where's
can.
Eric Jones at?
And Steve, to your point, I just checked in with Billy Scott a moment ago. He said, I think we are good for the lap 78 range. We are still on target to eliminate a stop from this entire race and then get at 120 for the final time today. How much of an advantage could that be for Reddick if it works out?
Well, with no yellows, a big advantage. Remember, it's 160 laps, so break it up in 40s. 40, 80, 120, 160. So they're going to 78. Still looking for some yellows, Rick. I think the end of stage 2 will be those yellows. We're trying to weave this together, but it's not easy. It's right on the edge of their windows.
Reddick running second right now to John Hunter Nemechek out in front of Brickyard 400.
We've come a long way together. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way. But there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are 7 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that seems good in the neighborhood.
What causes a curve down there? Is it Peyronie's disease? Will it get worse? How common is it? Can I talk to? Can this be treated? Stop typing. Start talking to a specialized urologist because it could be Peyronie's disease or PD. It's a medical condition where there is a curve in the erection caused by formation of scar tissue, and an estimated 1 in 10 men may have it. But PD can be treated even without surgery. Say goodbye to searching online. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless. Make the switch today. Call, go online, or visit a store near you. That's 2 times the savings and our best deal of the year.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 piggy bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
First.
Romo, I will give you the greatest games on earth.
The crowd wants to see chariot racing and be close enough to see blood. All horse races is suicide. We just venture everything we have until it's
NASCAR Drive, that is your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras, or you can choose alternate experience. Visit NASCAR.com.
Let me try doing that because I've only did it like one time. See if I can do it.
The NASCAR mobile app. Beautiful look at uptown or downtown Indianapolis. And we want to thank Shady Rays for today's aerial coverage. And the caution has come out. We saw the 15, and it looked as though Cody Ware had a tire going down.
Oh, Cody Ware with a tire issue.
Now off that car. Yeah, another flat left rear. We've heard the 17 has had a couple of these. This is another Ford. And then the actual tire finally comes off.
There it goes.
Debris everywhere. This is something we've seen it before. We've seen wear issues here, but we've also seen left side tires lower air gains more speed, but you can't get too low. And we've seen this racetrack. I hear Joey Logano got blocked big time by Bubba Wallace, and that almost got big right along with Joey. Well, it's a good thing he lifted. Yeah, it's a good thing he came out of the gas. It was going to get ugly.
Hold on. Let me try something here.
I think Joey had some words.
All I can see That's home. They're right there. Copy that. Right here with them.
I like that. We'll give one chance. A little affirmation, and let's get back to racing. Don't egg it on. I say that tongue in cheek, but I do believe there are some radio conversations where I feel like, you know, they could put the fire out, but then yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know,
Hopefully it doesn't like
hand gesture. So now
trying to work out.
Lasky will be back on the lead lap. So he was one of those drivers that was.
This connection is unstable, man.
You asked, what do you do for strategy? I mean, I really think this goes a little bit.
Yeah, I tried this one time and it's. I don't know.
I just don't think you can stay out here, run 9 laps, and then hit. That doesn't work. Here, Pocono, you might be able to because you wouldn't lose a lap. Here, you don't lose a lap. Anybody that hits here, so that gives us, you know, how right do you want to be? You know, and so we got to say, okay, we get a little construction on our road trip. Now we're playing these. I think that's going to be the choice of the 42, the 45. I expect to see a very busy pit road. Everybody needed to stop, or everybody except for maybe Chastain, who topped off to make it to the end of the stage. So I expect to see a very full pit road. But this works for them because they have the track position, and if everybody else is going to come, then they're going to keep the track position as long as pit road, their crews do okay. Well, they need a lot of fuel. So remember, fueling is slow on this car versus tires. So I believe the guys that all hit at 52 are going to have the opportunity of right sides. These front guys are going to have to put almost a full tank of gas in right here. So this is that fuel tax. They've kicked the fuel tax down the road,
You know what?
and now they're going to have to pay that tax on this system.
I want to go through a couple of buffering. So.
And a long line of cars coming at you, Kim.
And Kyle Busch elected to stay out. Crew Chief Randall Burnett said we're going to do something a little bit unconventional. We only have to make 2 more stops. We have to make it to our window. So
There we go. Just gonna keep it like that, guys. I wanted to try to do the NASCAR drive camera thing, but it's gonna buffer, so I don't want to go through the trouble of doing that.
Another example that clean air is everything. John Hunter Nemechek out front there, leading 14 laps in the car. Felt pretty good on that run. They're going to go with 4 tires as well. And see Tyler Reddick here. This race is only and fuel for Reddick. So strategy all over the map with teams staying out and look at a traffic jam off pit road.
Race off pit road again. The caution coming out as Cody Ware's left rear tire went down. That tire carcass came off onto the racetrack. Caution comes out. We'll have a restart. Kyle Busch will be up front.
Every hero's story has humble beginnings. Every legend had to earn their stripes. Every superstar had a dream. Every home track is the start of something special. Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at NASCAR.com/regional.
Looking forward to the NFL season to start.
It's bow time. Combine the bold taste of Bojangles Chicken Spring with dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. You get Bo's Bird Dog. Grab 2 for $5. Available for limited time only. It's bow time.
Driving the Nissan Rogue, Google built in is like.
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's Food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive Nissan Rogue today.
Nissan offers 6 vehicles starting under $30,000, like Rogue with 2.9% financing for 60 months.
Okay, guys, we're all here because US Cellular has an incredible deal. Right now, you can get 4 lines for just $90.
Sorry, just double checking. Is it really that good of a deal?
Yeah, it's a huge deal. You also get 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones. Wow, I just triple checked. That's awesome.
So go get the deal. Or at least help me clip. Do you check expiration dates?
Oh, I can do that.
Great.
Get 4 free phones of your choice with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for $90. It's bow time.
Combine the bold taste of Bojangles Chicken Spring with dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the
You know, I never understand why they just can play the same commercial like
Abs, your exclusive first alert weather on WITN News.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ashley. The love of home, shop in store or online. Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. And by Straight Talk Wireless. Checking in with the teams that we're vetted with, we'll start with Dave of the 14 team.
Rick, I want to introduce everyone to Mike Cook, race engineer for Chase Briscoe. He's from Tracy's Landing, Maryland, second guy in the picture there with the ball cap on. Mike got his mechanical engineering degree from Maryland, had an internship at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and then eventually landed at Stewart Haas Racing. When I asked Mike what his most seminal moment on pit lane had been, Kurt Busch win at Daytona. There he is. We NBC you, Mike Cook. Right in there. Now, Tony Gibson, the crew chief, you get a lot of credit for having such great celebration. But Mike was right there. He said it was a fantastic win, best win so far of his 6th in the NASCAR Cup Series. Now, his best celebration may happen yet this week, though. I know Charlotte, 6 years old, is waiting at home to go on a Disney cruise with Dad. He's coming home. Wife Meredith will join, and they will have a good time with some of their days off coming up, Marty.
Dave, Joel Bugnon is the jackman for Denny Hamlin, and he has one of the most unique paths in NASCAR. He was actually a running back at Northern Illinois. He had an amazing junior season, 1,300 yards and 18 touchdowns, top 5 in the nation over guys like Derrick Henry. He spent time on several NFL practice squads, including the Green Bay Packers, where he was actually able to score a preseason touchdown and do the Lambeau leap for real. Yes, that is real, folks. I asked him, how was the conversion from being an NFL and college running back to NASCAR? He said, honestly, I had to forget my athleticism, Kim. He said, it's all technique when you're a jackman, but that thrill of the car coming down pit road is exactly my number being called in the red zone.
Well, Marty, we documented how Kyle Busch stayed out. Here's Randall Burnett, the crew chief's explanation to his driver.
So it's going to be a little unconventional, but we got to go. So about 77, and then we got to pit. That way we can come in, pit, come back out on the lead lap. Everybody's got to pit twice in this race right now. So what we got to do is make it to our window so we can still do that same strategy.
And Marty, to add to that, he gave his driver the directive, save hard. I need you to keep the lead, but maintain the pace. Easier said than done.
And Kim, at the choose, Kyle Larson comes down pit road. Let's check and see what's going on with the race team, and I'll check in with Cliff Daniels. Looks like they wanted to make sure the right rear was tight for Kyle Larson. Man, pit road at Indianapolis has not been kind to Kyle Larson this year. Also, the 24 came down pit road. The 34 came down pit road. But yet, Kyle Larson had the speeding penalty in the Indianapolis 500. Here he is making sure all the lug nuts are tight here in stage 2.
It's unfortunate or fortunate if he can kind of get on this different strategy. Let's go back to the first car. The 8 of Kyle Busch. They're only 2 laps in their pit window, so they need to go and go hard. They need to go as fast as possible to kind of gap this field because they're really the only car that still needs to come to pit road. So if he loses this lead and falls back into traffic, the whole strategy goes apart because he'll lose a lap on his pit stop. So it's very important for Kyle Busch. Now for the 5 and those other cars, you have to ask yourself, if we get a quick yellow right here, can he leapfrog onto what Kyle Busch is trying to do, right? Can they start saving some gas? And I really think that's why you saw more than just the 5 on pit road. I actually thought the 5 might have been a strategy call until I started looking at the right rear lug nut. It was obvious to me there was another concern that's already covered for Kyle Larson.
And the crew chief on the 8 car, Randall Burnett, he recognizes the situation they're in, Steve. They just haven't had pace. They just have not had winning speed for several months, really this year. And so he's like, hey, we're not going to win. We're not going to get done what we need to do, just do what everybody else does. So let's just do something different and see what happens.
And last week we saw really in focus with Todd Gilliland. We were embedded with him at Pocono.
Because Richard Childress racing this season, total garbage.
38 as well. We'll have to come
Just
to
the truth.
the 2 of them almost need to work together. Like they need to get single file and get this figured out. But Jeff, your point is exactly right. you have to look at the facts. The facts are you're way behind in points. You got to try to get a smart.
And the big picture for Kyle Busch is a 42-race winless streak. That's the longest he has ever gone since he has been in the Cup. Two-time Cup champion and two-time Indy winner, trying to change some things here as they come back to the green flag. And we're back underway. So Chase Elliott got out of line there. And that third line is Kyle Busch. Stevie said the goal was to get out in front and go as hard as you can until you have to come to pit road.
We heard Denny Hamlin. No, I'm sorry, it was Chase Elliott in his interview that said, well, you just want to
in the wall. Oh, Byron. Oh. Oh my gosh, that was huge. Wow. All right.
Caution has come out as those two cars have stopped. And that's on the backstretch after they exited turn 2. Allmendinger is rolling once again. Still waiting for the AMR safety crew to get to William Byron. Over the radio, William Byron has talked to his team already. There's the AMR safety crew getting to William.
Oh my gosh.
We talk a lot about, the fame of this racetrack, the historic nature, because it is front and center. But you've mentioned it a few times. This is just overall speed. We've seen over 200 miles an hour. A football field is second at the end of these long straightaways. And it's not very wide. I mean, you look, there's a little bit of grass for that soft wall, so you can get more than one hit, right? You can get the outside and inside wall.
Restarts. We see how important track position is. And that means all these restarts.
There is getting out of the car, thank
That's
goodness.
your chance to go make something happen.
Good shot there of seeing William climb out of the car. Here's how it happened.
Oh.
Oh, somebody got into the right rear of.
Wow.
Looked like the 22 potentially of Logano behind it.
It looked like there was two cars or three cars, 3 wide. Let's take a look right here. You see.
Oh. Is that Chase Briscoe?
Right here, the 21, 41, and 24. So the 41, if we back that up and watch that one more time, the 41 is trying to get 3 wide between.
I'll see that. Oh, did you just see how fast Byron's car just rotated?
The 21 and the 24, trying to make it 3 wide.
Yeah, I know, Hayes. That was huge. Did you see how he rotated fast? Like, oh my goodness.
Oh, they're hitting each other there. So he's in his right rear quarter panel.
That was fast. How he spun like that.
3 cars. Here you go. There's a great shot of it, Steve. So stop it right there. Stop it right there. So the 14 car.
Yeah, he was.
They are touching those 2 cars, the 24 and the 14. They're hitting each other
Yeah.
there.
And the 41 trying to split 3 wide.
Contact, and here comes the 41.
Just
and they make contact. It's just those 3 cars trying to go in the same spot, but it started with the 14 of Briscoe.
And Byron came down in front of the 16 as he was losing out, spinning out of control. Boom.
Like he was too wide. He doesn't know that the 41's in there. So, this is what happens when everybody tries to fill that hole. But, Jeff, to your point, on board makes a difference. Let's see what happens to the 14. Why he loses pace. That's crazy. I think he went down to 3rd gear.
Yeah, that's where it all started. Was he lost pace? It's just tight racing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what we said earlier. You just gotta push and make everything happen.
Right. So it's easy to say, okay, who's at fault or what's the cause? Well, the 41 going 3 wide is the cause of the accident, but I don't blame Ryan Preece, because if you don't try to go in that hole, what do you say, Jeff? You're never going to go anywhere, right? I mean, You could argue that's too early in the race. You could argue all these things, but the racing in the back of the pack is so aggressive. You almost just have to make some stuff happen. You see right here, the 5-time Brickyard winner himself, he knows this place. And you see his frustration, and he sees it as like, you know, why is this happening back here? But these restarts, if you watch 20th to 36 on every restart, I can't believe we ever have green flag racing. I can't believe they make it back around.
And we hear that the 21 of Harrison Burton also went to the garage. And if that's the case, he would have been on the DVP and he would be out of this race if they were behind him on the hill. Take a close-up look. So the 24 is not going to make it to victory lane, and it happened in successive years as far as 10-year increments. Jeff Gordon won in 94, he won again in 2004, he won in 2014, and the 24 will not go back to victory lane in 2024.
So back to that road trip, back to that fuel strategy. Now they 8, I think he's so close, he's going to have to come to pit road this time. I would imagine we're going to see other people follow. Bubba Wallace, 38 of Gilliland for sure. It's kind of a split decision because most of the field were only on pit road 5 laps ago. Some may stay out, might be sick of being back in that traffic and say, let's cycle to the front. The 8 of Kyle Busch, this is good for his strategy, but he's going to have to sit on pit road for quite a bit of time to put fuel. Yeah, look at this. It's going to be a busy time on the narrow pit road.
How many decide to not come to pit road? Quite a few, as a matter of fact.
38 doesn't think he can make it. So when he goes back to the racetrack, Kyle Busch lonely on pit road.
Yeah, long ways back. Kim.
And Randall Burnett told his driver, we are within our window, so we need to take the opportunity to come down pit road. They're going to have to wait a little bit on fuel and make sure it is full. Kyle Busch just saying the back end's still a little bit out of the racetrack as they put 4 fresh Goodyear tires, snow goes fuel, and that's Chevrolet day.
Well, looking for Michael McDowell was already on the, I believe, Steve, I'm right on this, make it on one more stop with the laps left here. And so they will top it off here again. So it was in the back. They could already do it. That'll be a little insurance. Marty, first, let's go to you.
Well, Dave, after the issue,
We're almost about like halfway through this race. So
check the right rear, then they change left side tires. They bring it down pit road. Really not much to lose here, Steve, for Cliff Daniels to come down pit road here, pack it full of fuel, 84 to go. In theory, they could do it in one more stop, but their biggest concern is that they are buried way back in traffic after that issue on pit road.
After seeing that big wreck, back in traffic does not make your stomach feel better if you're a crew chief on top of the box.
Kyle Larson definitely doesn't like pit road here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This was the reason for the caution. Big hit for the 24 of William Byron. The 16 caught up in it, as well as the 21. All 3 of those cars are off the track and out of the race.
All your secrets by the dozen.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race to the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
Design a training program so I can run a marathon.
Summarize this.
What's a recipe using what I have in my fridge?
It starts with an empty prompt. And the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
Carvana same-day delivery is ultra fast. Today, NASCAR driver Jimmy Johnson is here to get us even faster.
We're good.
Oh, nice racing stripes.
Amazing. I just ordered it this morning. Buy your car from Carvana and get same-day delivery.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Why doesn't most places ask, you want to add a drink to that, and never, what do you want to add to that drink? GT Sabarita, our chief flavorista.
A drink is only as good as the sabores inside. It's all about finding the perfect combos for any given moment.
Like when the waiter says to enjoy your food, and you say, you too.
Great escape when you're trying a carpe diem, Ringo the slush. When you get the egg company pretty cooler. When you're in the market for a new babysitter.
Okay, inappropriate.
Liquid pizza.
Are they free? The fastest swimmer in the world couldn't go near the pool. Caleb Dressel had won Olympic gold. And then he got out of the pool. If I never swam again, he thought, I'd be okay. That's when he knew he was ready. Now he's getting faster and stronger every day. Caleb's excited to compete, but that's not the point. Because Caleb loves to swim again.
You can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points to turn into member-only rewards. Earn every time you check in for a race or more at the track. Visit NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. Let's take another look at what just happened here. The 41 of Ryan Preece.
So I was mentioning the 41 I thought had to take the hole that was 3 wide. Now we're on board Ryan Preece, and I just don't see the hole. A little bit out of the 24, but the 21 is right there. There's just not a car width. I think if the 41 could do it over again, he would shove probably the 24 trying to get behind him. But when he tries to squeeze between the 24 and the 21, neither Byron or Harrison Burton have anywhere to go. And, he takes 3 parallel lines and turns it into a Y, basically, with the front 2 connecting. It ended the day for the 21 as well. We didn't really see him get towed in. He was able to drive it in. But with the damage to the right front, day over for the 21 and the 24.
And the 16, he's out as well.
Oh, good point. Yes.
This extended aerial coverage of Brickyard 400 is brought to you by Shady Rays.
We're going back to green here?
Speedway, Indiana.
Yep.
Field, all in line, 2x2. Bubba Wallace, Todd Gilliland. Bubba Wallace, the 23 on the inside, and it's the 9 of Chase Elliott that's actually on that outside of row 1. And back up through the gears they go as they go 2x2. Now the front stretch and into turn 1. Good run by the 9 of Elliott as he goes into turn 2. Wallace surging back on that narrower line. Now a drag race down the backstretch as they get ready for turn 3. Big run out of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Wallace clears the
Let's go, Bubba.
Giordano trying to go down side of the hill, and he should have a little bit of a
There we go, Denny.
Take it away from him.
Denny Hamlin on the inside. He is definitely the fastest car on this lap after the restart as he is up to 3rd.
And then he called those 2 guys side by side, and that just absolutely destroyed their speed. He took advantage of it. Now the 7 out of the lane.
And Corey LaJoie totally missed the turn.
Yeah, he's got to get his speed recovered here. He's under attack. Mr. Rebel now trying to get alongside. Here comes Stenhouse. He's going to try to make it 3 wide. Bell does not block.
And Stenhouse able to complete the pass on those 2. LaJoie has got back up to speed, but now on the outside of Bell.
Oh, look at the big block he's trying to lay. And that's what happened. He lost that momentum, and now it's just compounded on him. Now he's in the outside lane. Everybody's trying to drag by him. They see he's in trouble. They know they got to take this spot.
19 of Artrex Jr. tucks in behind the 14 as they go into 1.
And still, Corey is still under attack. But give it up now. Get behind Truex. That's all you can do. You're trying to battle it, but when you're in that outside lane with this many laps on tires, it's hard to make it work.
No matter how wide you make
Ooh,
it,
Larson.
Larson back of the car dancing around. I was getting ready to say, no matter how wide you make the racetrack, they still find their way all the way to the grass. Aggressive move by the driver of the 5.
And Kyle Busch fans, he is running 28th right now. Remember, he came to pit road, but was one of just a few cars that did that strategy.
Well, this is the lead car on that strategy. Of all cars that were full of fuel on lap 76, Kyle Larson leading the way as he passes the 51. Just Haley, he'll look forward to the 99 Daniel Suarez. Daniel actually getting married this coming weekend. Congratulations to Daniel.
Have a little bit of time off with the Olympic break taking place. 2 weekends off for NASCAR's Top Series.
We haven't talked a lot about Martin Truex Jr. other than the negative, the penalty in the past, doing those things. But this 19 car is showing a little bit of life here as he passes the 14 of Briscoe.
Truex in 11.
If he had to come off the 3 that low and just roll by Briscoe, he's got speed, Steve.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because this numbers here in the Indy don't jump out to you, but I don't know why. This would suit his style in my mind. He's just such a smooth race car driver. Doesn't run into a lot of people. He's won at so many different tracks. I can't believe this one hasn't kind of been on the list yet.
It's interesting, too, as we ride along with the highpoint.com camera, you can see that he isn't on the bottom of the racetrack. Truex in front of him. He's actually above that white line, trying to use more racetrack. Let's see if he does it over here as well. Yeah, look at that. A lot of guys right on that concrete. He's using a little more racetrack, and I wonder, well, number one, I know he's doing that. His car is extremely comfortable. But number two, I wonder, Steve, if that doesn't help, because he's not turning the wheel as much, if that doesn't help his straight line speed some. Jill.
Up with William Byron, who just got released from the care center. Heavy hit. What happened?
We got back there in traffic. You know, it seemed like the pit stop sequence didn't go our way, obviously, there. And then the 14 was just being a squirrel back in the back and drove up in front of me, had to lift late off the corner, got run over. So, hated for a team, had an amazing car, you know, running there on the right strategy, top 2 or 3, and get back there in the pack and get wrecked. So, appreciate everybody, Mountain Chevrolet. Great car. We'll go on after the break and try to get some more wins.
So is it blame on that, the 14?
Yeah, I mean, he lifted, or he came up in front of me and choked me up, and we're just back there with the squirrels.
There you have it, Marty.
We've seen his teammate Kyle Larson willing to take some bold moves on the track after getting back in traffic. What is the conversation like between Larson and Kurt Daniels after the last caution? Listen again.
Let me know objectively what I can do if I can't have anybody.
From now until I tell you, objective number 1 will be to save fuel and pass cars. Both of those can seem opposite of each other, but pass the car, save a fuel, save more fuel while you're set up the next guy to pass them, and just try to keep moving forward.
Okay, Jeff, so explain that one to me. How do you opposite to do that and also try to pass cars?
Got nothing for you, Marty. That's a difficult thing to ask a guy to do, right? The way you pass cars, Steve, is to be in the gas. You got to be pushing really hard. And the way you save fuel is the opposite. And that is be out of the throttle, let the car roll, use very little brake, but you can't set someone up to make that pass. So you could draft a little bit, you know, behind the car to try to use that to help gain up a little bit. But I don't think there's enough draft to be able to gain on somebody and not be full throttle. So, yeah, I don't know how you do both of those things, but it's more information in my mind of telling him what the strategy is, right? We know we're going to need some fuel, but we also need track position. He's just letting them know what's happening. Because we see a little bit of
yeah, I see the break.
Well, I can't give you a grade on saving fuel, but I can't give you a grade on passing cars. +7 since the restart. One obvious way is to just not shift, stay in high gear. 38 with a scheduled pit stop, has to come to pit road for fuel. He's going to be very close to losing a lap.
Yeah, absolutely. They told him as long as he could keep pace, they were going to keep him out. He could go longer on fuel than Kyle Busch had, so they were on a slightly different strategy, even though they stopped last on lap 38. Todd just saying it's just a little bit tight. I mean, 4 fresh junior tires there. There's a way to look at on that fuel right there.
So now we see the 38 lead. Remember, he's on that strategy of how many pit stops We heard the 5 needing to save gas because this is only with 74 to go. The 38 can absolutely make it on only one stop from here, but this only works if you can stay on the lead lap. So on the bottom, you see the 38 just now going by the scoring pylon. Still has about 15 pit stalls to go. On the top, Bubba Wallace at speed, nearly 200 miles an hour down the front stretch. I just don't see the 38 staying on the lead lap here, and then when he goes down a lap, this throws the strategy out the window. So I understood the plan, but the execution just not what the 38 needs. Going down a lap is going to end this opportunity in a one-stop from here race.
Bubba Wallace is out front in the 23 for the Brickyard 400, being chased by Elliott Hamlin, Logano, and Blaney.
Ally has savings budgets.
All right.
For anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings budgets help you save for what matters most to you.
Pizza Hut, most popular apologies.
Hey, this is Retour. Tavern-style pizza is our thing. You just have to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern-style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. Going out pizza's the hunt.
This is the most powerful Tacoma ever.
Got the front door. The front door, hell. Also known as the Seriously Wrong handle. Or the Whoa 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 handle. And even no angles to handle. Standard on the 2024 Toyota Tacoma.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible. But only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
An experienced QPC eater will. You should never let the ketchup the balls from the heart of a juicy burger go to except for a little bit of chaos. Damn strong. Especially Tim. Who's down to take it to the streets. To bring the triangle. To hit the bricks. Who's aiming for a little fireworks between friends? And that's a trick question. When the playoffs come, there are no friends. This is once in a lifetime. This is golf in the Paris Olympics. And what they're playing for is bigger than any championship.
You're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your country.
Golf in the Paris Olympics on NBC and Peacock.
Let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. 27 spots gained since the start of the race for Martin Truex Jr. Again, he has the passing penalty to start off this race. Josh Berry has gained 17. Wallace, who is out front, 16 positions since the start of the race, and he is the leader here at the Brickyard 400.
Yeah, he's the leader, and we talked about his point situation. You know, if he can get these 10 stage points, that helps him a great deal.
Yeah, come on, Bubba.
You know, for that spot. And also Ross Chastain. So just any points you can gain is going to matter. There's a lot of racing left in the regular season. You've got to get points from there in front of you.
So if you look at the last time, the 23 and 9 were on pit road, lap 52. This isn't a, hey, you know, what's their strategy? Where are they going to stop? Everyone's kind of on the same plan now, but the difference is Wallace and Elliott got up there by not coming to pit road, which means they have less fuel in their car. I say that because as we ride on board with Bubba Wallace, we have not seen his right hand come off the wheel. Watch his right hand right here. It stays. I don't know if he's staying in fifth gear or just running hard throttle, but a lot of conversation on the radio about Gas. See right here, high gear the whole time. He's running fifth gear all the way around the track, even off from wide open throttle down the straightaways. I think it's fuel pump.
Penalty in stage one, Chase Elliott, as you mentioned, finally on the same strategy as everyone else, but you also talked about that fuel tax you mentioned earlier. Chase Elliott mentioned the same thing to Alan Gustis on the radio a moment ago.
I think we got an even fuel deal later. I didn't think you'd be doing it under cost, and you're going to be screwed. Kind of slowly get all back up.
So Steve, help us understand that as Chase in essence saying, hey, let's pay that fuel tax not all at one time. Let's divide it between these final two stops.
18 laps, little over 2 laps a gallon. We'll say he's about 8 gallons less than everybody else. That's going to take 3 seconds. He doesn't want to have it all on one pit stop because everybody's going to be on his rear bumper. So we go back on with Bubba Wallace. Another way to help that is watch that green. That is not a telemetry issue that he's not wide open, Jeff. He is literally running part throttle.
That's what we talked about in the Kyle Larson conversation. How do you save fuel and pass cars, right? Well, here, he's 3/4 throttle. He doesn't have to be wide open. You can run down the straightaway. You mentioned his speed, not shift. Look at the brake. Almost zero brake. Keep the car free rolling so you don't have to build that speed up. All of those things allow you to keep maximum speed without using as much gas, and that's what their goal is right there. And by the way, speed the race to it.
It's great to have progressive telemetry that is helping us see what it looks like to save fuel, Dave.
And his crew chief, Booty Barker, said, hey, driver, we see what you are doing. You are doing a great job, so achieving those goals there. Remember, these are the first laps that Bubba's led since Darlington back in May, and they're important because, as you mentioned, he's in that points battle trying to get above the cut line at a point situation, 27 behind Chastain as he came in to make it into the playoffs. But this is the way you really make the playoffs. Keep your car in front, win the race. You've been the 13th different winner in 2024 one season, and they would love to cap it off today and be that 14th and then 13th winner.
And that win would absolutely turn the playoffs kind of upside down.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace coming into this race was on the outside looking in. He was 27 points behind Ross Chastain at 17, but now up front. He's shown as the leader, would put him 13th in the playoff standings. If he could go on to win the Brickyard 400. Now, coming up on 4 laps remaining in stage 2.
The team that's really executed, I think, the best of almost everyone. The 42 John Hunter he was off pit road at lap 17 like everyone else, but he took 4 tires. So he has fresher left side tires. I'm going to assume maximum fuel. Maybe everybody thought they were full, but if not, the 42 has more fuel, or at least equal to. Legacy Motor Club has kind of needed a shot in the arm. It's been a little bit of an uphill transition to Toyota as they figure out the tools and the technology. We see their owner, Jimmy Johnson, in the field. They have taken on the task of running a third car. Sometimes that takes effort, from the organization. And John Hunter, we see him jump over into Xfinity and drive those Joe Gibbs Toyotas on Saturday. Man, he's lights out. That's the guy we know. And I think this right here he is running legitimately 6th in the Brickyard 400. And not by luck or even by strategy. If anything, he has had the best strategy for the most amount of tires.
Is that the Logano that chose to come to pit road?
All right, so this is the question. Can you stop before the end of the stage and not lose a lap? We watched Gilliland not be able to do it, but they had a slower pit stop because they filled their car up with fuel. Let's see what the fuel requirement is on the 22, whether they maybe only take 2 tires or just short the fuel, Marty.
So see, the time requirement behind the leader was 4 seconds. But Joey Logano and Chase Elliott choosing to come down pit road. Both cars needing to differentiate themselves in some way from what everybody else will do. And they actually called Chase Elliott to pit road. He will probably come next time, Steve, because he's going to be close enough to the leader to be able to do that. But 4 tires, fuel here for Joey Logano. We expect Chase Elliott the next lap.
10 seconds. They didn't wait on fuel in that car, so as we see the 22 leaving pit road, no one else joins them on a pit lane. They're going to stay on the racetrack. Let's see what Logano looks like relative to the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Here's 22 on that warm-up lane. This is going to be close. Here's Bubba Wallace at speed. You definitely can't run the warm-up lane as fast as you can run turn 2. Bubba is going to come off from turn 2 with a huge head of steam. Joey Logano needs to find every ounce of speed he can out of this Ford with under 2 to go.
And what a great job by Joey on pit road. Team making the pit stop. No mistakes. You can see he's only a second and a half, 2 seconds in front of Bubba Wallace. Any mistake on pit road, Rick, and it doesn't work. You get passed by Bubba Wallace. So great execution by everybody.
And this was really impressive. Pit road speed 10 miles an hour slower this year. So all the data, Rick, everything you knew from years past went out the window.
All right, final lap in stage 2.
Pit road closes with 2 laps to go. Now it's 1 lap to go. So they came in when they had to. Were able to execute. They're going to stay in front of Bubba Wallace. That means they'll stay on the lead lap. When everybody else comes to pit road, they gain track position.
Yeah, again, this is a big day for Bubba Wallace. I thought he did a good job last week executing on other people's mistakes, getting points in the bank with this stage win. We got a tight point battle at the end of this regular season. It's going to be gloves off. It's going to be fun for all of us. It's not going to be for these guys. It's going to be pressure filled.
And again, Bubba Wallace will get a playoff point for winning the stage. More importantly, if he doesn't want to win the race, he gets 10 stage points. And with him being in the position he was in below that cut line, those are very important.
Let's
Bubba
go.
Wallace can win stage 2 here in Indianapolis. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, John Hunter Nemechek all in the top 5. That's Bubba's first stage win since 2022. Reddick, Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr., Bell, and Briscoe rounding out the top 10 in stage 2. So now, as the strategies have all been played, we're getting ready for the final stage, Brickyard 400 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Watkins Blend has always been that perfect blend of beauty and taste. A blend of fast and not so fast. This year, the playoffs come to the Glen.
There is a lot on the line.
A perfect blend of drama and history, the twists and turns, the thrills and chills. A perfect racing experience for the whole family. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Watkins Glen. Get your tickets now at Glen.com.
All right, Bubba just won stage 2. Awesome.
The Make It Ford Summer Sales Event is on. Amazing offers and a great selection of the best-selling trucks in America for 47 years. Ford F-Series, gas, hybrid, or all-electric. These are the deals you've been waiting for. So don't wait. Make it Ford. Make it yours. Make it now. Hurry. Get 0% financing plus up to $5,800 in total savings with your trade-in on select Ford trucks. Only at your Carolina Ford dealer.
Supreme 7 scratch-offs have a top prize of $4 million. So I'm teaching potential winners how to speak like millionaires. Where do you summer?
Where do you summer? I only have hundreds.
New Supreme 7s, a shot at supreme riches.
Sixty laps on this final stage.
36 months plus 1,000 purchase allowance on most 2024 Cadillac models when you finance the Cadillac Financial.
You'll know first when weather impacts you with First Order Weather on WITN News.
Indianapolis has so many exciting events taking place. Of course, the month of May dominated around this racetrack, the Indy 500, but also this summer, Olympic trials for the swim team right here in Indianapolis also as we get ready for the Olympic break taking place. Of course, the Brickyard 400 for NASCAR. We have one stage remaining. Bubba Wallace winning stage 2. Denny Hamlin won stage 1. And now we're seeing who's coming to pit road and who will stay out. Denny Hamlin stayed out. And Dave, they're headed at you.
And Bubba Wallace with that stage win, the 10 points for stage win that you talked about. Bubba said finally on the radio. Then they got back to focusing. He made it all the way on fuel, which was great. The car balance is good. He was instructed to go on the jack. Looks like they only take 2 here. Ryan Blaney, his car was a little bit free, half number loose, a little bit on the exits, Marty.
During that caution, there was not a word spoken between Chris Gabehart until Denny Hamlin, until the very end when he said, stay out here. They last minute at lap 70. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott told Alan Gustafson, give me clean air and we can do something. He comes in second. Now how long do they have to stay on your road?
All right.
You'll hear the pace still in the 9-car race.
17 cars stayed out on the racetrack as we get ready for the restart in the final stage.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Well, the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. We have the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
I'm on here telling people how Experian can help them save $800 on car insurance. Experian shops with over 40 top providers to find you a great policy, and they'll alert you if they find a better rate.
Great. I'll never have to shop for car insurance again.
Experian got your back. Go to Experian.com/car.
My doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD. Things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousness.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, they. $1.99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
With generative AI at AWS, companies are already transforming how they work to generate new ideas and turn experiments into reality. AWS is the easiest way to get up and running, so you can quickly build and scale generative AI with security built in. With generative AI on AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation.
Yeah, can't wait for the NFL to start.
We're #1. This is IndyCar.
Restart stage 3 here at Indianapolis. Denny Hamlin on the front row with Chris Gabehart. So tell me the decision to stay out there and what's the plan from here?
It's tight, but Vinny Mufflers. It's tight, but in very tight situations, I have a play that it's almost always right, and it's the Brickyard 400. Conservatism isn't going to win, and I'm here to win, so that's what we're going to do.
DJ Chris Gabehart did tell me this morning, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this race. When he says it's tight, he means they're trying to do it on one more stop, but it's really close to do that.
Ooh, I love that strategy. Come here to win. That's exactly what you want to do. You want this trophy. We had a great moment earlier today. The guys that were a part of that first Brickyard 400 in 1994. We're going to catch up with some of them. Of course, I see Jeff Burton every week. That's Todd Parrott on the right. Jeff Gordon, the winner of that first race here at the Brickyard in 94.
So it was a lot of fun to catch up with. And Rick Mast was also here, one of the drivers, and he was the winner of the pole for the first Brickyard 400, Jeff.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to catch up. And kind of everybody spent about 15, 20 minutes just talking about that experience and being here together to remember it and honor it. It was a lot of fun. It's always an honor to stand with those guys.
Here he goes here.
And celebrating that as we get ready for the restart. John Hunter Nemechek and Denny Hamlin making up the front row. Steve, who has the advantage now as we get ready for the final stage?
Well, if they make it on gas, I like the 11 and the 42 because you can hear the concern, the question mark, and the wheels grinding for Chris Gabehart during that interview. So the fuel's going to be a real big conversation. The 45 from Tyler Reddick had to come in second time down the pit road. Looked like they had some sort of issue with the left front. So he started the race with the best seat in the house. He's going to start here with 57 to go all the way at the back.
2 by 2, and the final stage is underway at the Brickyard 400. Great restart for Denny Hamlin. And here comes the 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And Denny's worried about fuel. When does he start saving? Right now?
Well, I think you need to run a couple laps if you let everything get strung out and see who you're racing with because you're concerned about these guys in the back. You see the 77 teammates from Spire side by side at the bottom. Joey Logano pops down there, I think, as well.
My goodness.
That's the idea. So if you're good on fuel,
Ooh. Oh, Drex! Oh, more contacts. That's Josh Berry. Yep. In the wall he goes. Oh, he's running that Caitlin Clark paint scheme, man. No, I don't want him to wreck in that. Come on.
It looked to me like the left rear tire blew. We saw that.
In the Panini Caitlin Clark car. Ouch.
They make contact. It's 3 wide for a moment.
So the 19 radio.
One car. Ross Chastain. Truex are running inside the top 5. Chastain's running 6. Jeff, what's close?
If you watch down the back straightaways, they're all contesting this spot. Larson trying to make a move here, contact, and then right here, that puts them 3 wide. Chastain tries to roll behind them, and the contact's there.
Oh.
With Larson, I don't know. I think the one car all the way back to hit him on the straightaway, I believe the 19, now, unless that's the contact with the 5. I don't know, because there was contact with the 1 earlier.
I think that this wreck is because of the contact with the 5.
It's never good when we have to dissect which contact caused the wreck.
Just say he's in there, and he's got good pace. He's able to keep pace, and then there's contact here. Right there's contact.
Yep, and yet Larson fans.
And now he's along for the ride.
I was gonna say.
I'm not sure.
And yet Larson. Yeah. I was gonna say they say that Larson doesn't put anyone in the wall. Well, there goes one right there.
A lot of damage to the front for Josh Berry.
Some, I should say. Some.
So they're 3 wide here. Chastain lifts.
That's just racing.
On the outside, rolls in behind.
If you ask me.
There they make contact.
Yeah.
The 19 and 5 make contact.
Yep.
I don't see where Chastain ever make. Right here they make contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on for sure between the 5, the 19, and the 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 wide down the straightaway at Indy, and you know, it's going to happen, but things happen quickly, Rick. I mean, a lot of times when you're in the car, you're not completely sure what happens. Just run along with Larson.
Contact there. More contact.
Wow. Oh.
You're running home with Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I don't think that 19 ever had power down. I just think he's out of the groove.
Down the racetrack, and then behind them, Josh Berry in the 4. Let's listen in on the 19 radio again.
Trying to hold on to it with the one car there. I don't know. I think he thought I was trying to hit him with the side, but I was kind of stacking dirt next to him.
So I think he's referring to the backstretch. So if we went back on board with Kyle Larson, I'm talking way back on the straightaway, there's contact between the 19 and the 5. And, you know, if you're on board with the 5, it feels like the 19's coming over. But it sounds to me as Truex say, hey, let Larson know, you know, the 1 was running me down there. Truex still hasn't really referenced the 5's contact in the corner, because I see it how you see it, Jeff, right? They make contact, and the 19 goes up the racetrack. Poor Josh Berry, he just stack up and turn around and knock the nose off.
Yeah, a lot of times drivers, in the heat of the moment, speak with emotions, right? And he was mad because of the contact on the back straightaway, and that's what he's talking about, you know, because he calls like that's the cause of it. Let's ride through this entire restart, or this lap, is always crazy. So you're right here, yeah, there. So now Chastain and that red car on the outside doesn't really have any momentum. Truex muscling his way to the middle. Just aggressive racing. That's really all it is. See right there, Truex, he's muscling his way to the middle, and Chastain's like, you're not taking the middle. And Kyle Larson's like, what is happening? Why are they get running to the grass?
Grass is coming, guys. I need to get up the racetrack.
What we say, racing happens.
That's it. Racing happens.
Yeah.
High speeds here in Indianapolis.
Oh, Larson just got on the apron and just got loose there.
As well as the 4.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible. But only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network, which speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
You can only get Wendy's new saucy nugs at Wendy's. So if anyone ever tries to tell you they have saucy nugs at home, you might want to see what else they're hiding, because that person lies. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
If this is your idea of ladylike, you're gonna fit right in. Join us at Toyota Racing.
My doctor gave me Breasttree for my COPD. Things changed for me. Breasttree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a respiratory cover for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase the risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breasttree.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Pizza Hut, you want some pop on the pot?
This is for tour. Tavern style pizza is our thing. You just have to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago tavern style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. No one out pizzas the Hut.
One hell of a drive there, DA. Bring it on, man. Yeah, boy. Great job. Hell yeah, man. That's how you win a race.
After the Olympic break, it will be back to Richmond, where Denny Hamlin will bring the broom to see if he can sweep the Richmond races in 2024. Check in with Dave Burns on the 14 team.
Rick, he is running fourth now. Good strategy. He's on those need to stop one more time strategies. But if Chase Briscoe doesn't get to the track or anybody sees this 14 car without the word of Todd Cable, his hauler driver. There's Todd. He also catches the right front on race day when it comes off the race car. Todd told me he'll drive about 60,000 miles in a year with that hauler going from place to place to place. And he learned it from one of the best. His dad, Tony, was a NASCAR official on pit lane, but he also had another very special job. He drove the Cup Series hauler. Yep, those 60,000 miles that the series would need to have all their meetings in, etc. Tony did that. And then Todd got the bug and
I'll turn my face cam on within the final laps of the race.
Was Danica's number 10, that GoDaddy hauler. And of course, working with your dad, who could have it better? There they are working together. And one of the NASCAR races. Tony's still with us. He's 80 years old, living the good life, according to Todd. His hardest thing now, the biggest stress, where do I eat dinner on any given day? So glad to have them in the family. And, of course, his job so very important to this 14 team each and every week.
60,000 miles a year these hauler drivers put in.
Those guys are really are the heartbeat of race teams. They do such a great job getting precious cargo up and down the road, and they also are more than just that. They're part of the race team. You heard he catches tires, and they're a very important part of the race team. And they do such a great job, and they go unnoticed quite often.
Marty, the 11, does this help their fuel strategy?
Well, when I sat down with Chris Gabart to do that interview a moment ago, he said, I think we're going to get an early caution in this stage. At least I hope we do. And the answer is, Steve, yes, it does give them what they need to be able to connect it on just one more stop left in the race. But your phrase, fuel tax, is very popular here on pit road, Steve. They will have a very long pit stop on that final stop of the day to make sure it's packed full of fuel. But Hamlin has the track position he needs right now.
Well, the advantage for Hamlin is when I look around, all the cars around him.
We're in a good spot. I mean, we're in a really good spot.
Huge kind of leapfrog. His big pressure comes back. You have cars that pitted around, lap 102 from 50th on back. Blaney, Gregson, Keselowski, those. And then we have a whole other group of cars like Reddick here, Xfinity Mobile on board. I love this camera on the spoiler cam. The good news for Reddick, the spoiler's still there. The bad news is the track position isn't. He's back at 28. He's pitted a couple times. He has a lot of fuel on the car, so time caution. And there's still opportunities, but in a race where you wanted to keep control after leading early, he's kind of lost control of the race all the way back to 28.
Pace car puts the field back in the hands of Hamlin. John Hunter Nemechek will be on the outside of that front row. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Chase Briscoe making up.
Oh, great flag back out.
And great flag back in the air.
That was a great launch by the 11 car, Denny Hamlin.
Oh!
Into the turn one wall early. The 22 of Logano.
And Jimmy Johnson. What?
Give me the 24, 84. Jimmy Johnson.
What?
Well, this is picking up. Clearly, caution before this one. Now this one, all restarts.
A third restart accident today.
Yeah, it's just, you can see how important track position is, and you have to get it all these restarts.
Man, Jimmy, he was actually, doing all right. Man.
May not want to put it 3 wide, but you have to see what happens. A lot of 3 wide guys blocking. It's 77,
12. 12 was sideways. Looks like he hit
Wow.
Yeah, but watch right here. See that?
Watch.
Way back. Hocevar in the middle.
Oh, you see Carson Hocevar there? Then Blaney came down just a bit. That got into 84. Then 22 spins out.
To their line. Blaney doesn't know he's there. Pitches him off. That's where it starts.
Oh, Kyle Busch got in it too.
That was Austin Dillon's view.
Oh, Austin Dillon. My bad. Kyle Busch was further up front.
Big impacts by Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano. Here's Joey Logano's riding. Let's listen.
Wow.
It happens before you know it in many cases, and that's what happened there. Joey's pointed the wrong direction before you even knew why or what happened. It's frustrating. You're trying to, this race means so much. And just a victim of someone, of other people.
Joey climbing out of 22. He'll go.
No, he ain't making it past the round of 16.
From that last accident, both drivers have been checked out for these now.
Just how I feel.
Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano will have to go to the infield. Well, looks like Jimmy Johnson might drive it back to pit road to see what he can salvage of this.
I swear, almost every time when I see Jimmy in that 84, something completely out of his control always has to happen now. Whether he keeps getting caught in accidents, I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know.
Just don't know. Just, I don't think you could risk. I mean, if you're Hamlin, you can check. I don't think you're inside the window. The question, who throws a Hail Mary? Who says, man, we're going to keep getting these accidents, and I want to be the first guy to pit road. You're looking at, I don't know, 6, 7 laps outside their window.
And some of those cars have made contact. The 12 of Blaney, how bad is it? Do we have to pit? He doesn't really want to pit. But they need to come in and look at the fenders, make sure it's okay. There was some other cars that made contact. Those are hard decisions, Steve, for crew chiefs and drivers.
Pit road's still closed.
I will tell you that if I am, not this guy, I think he has position, but when I look at the back half of the field, right, people that have kind of gone away, I'm up a wall for 22nd, what, maybe hit for 22nd. If you fill it up with gas right now, you would only need a splash, or maybe you wouldn't even have to come in. Mark, you hear anything on pit road?
Well, I was going to say, you got to think about Tyler Reddick. They just pitted a moment ago. They're way back in 27th. I think Billy Scott is considering it, but I want to go back on the 11 pit box, Steve, and say, what is this moment like as a crew chief here? You're right, they are short on fuel, and I've heard crew chiefs say, I'm working on strategy. Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson that a moment ago. What are these moments like? What's the communication like for, in essence, a head coach like Chris Gabehart?
Well, the key is that you have had to talk through, what we think our projected fuel numbers are, how much we think we can save, what are those real numbers, how many yellows away we are. I mean, that's really what I'm wanting to know. I'm wanting to know from my engineer, right now, when we pit with 48 to go, how far short are we running normal? How far short are we saving the best we can by not shifting? And then I can decide from a crew chief standpoint if I'm willing to risk it. That choice, it's kind of like going for it on 4th down. That's not the engineer's choice. That is yours. That is the head coach's choice. Your job, your career, your name is at the top of that. You have to make tough decisions, but you have a lot of people on your team feeding you with information. Dave.
Steve, we saw that the 12 of Ryan Blaney was in and around that incident. Here was his radio, because obviously strategy is involved here at the end. Here was a radio discussion with crew chief Jonathan Hassler.
Honestly, I don't know what you want to do here, but I think my tires are fine. We're about 4 or 5 laps earlier than what I wanted to come for fuel. So if you thought you had any issue, it'd be okay to turn the cable and just fix the tires now.
But Blaney assured him, I think my tires are fine, so they are at this point staying out.
Guess what happens if you wait until you feel comfortable? Somebody else. You're with everyone else, right? So, I don't know if it's Blaney, but right in front of him, the 8, Kyle Busch, Randall Burnett has already made a couple really aggressive calls today. He's sitting here at 10th. I'm not saying there isn't a pathway for him, but he's at 10th. He's kind of at the back of the low fuel guys. He's going to have a slow pit stop. I mean, I would probably come if I'm the 8. At this point, Jeff, you talk about trying to make something happen. There's nearly 100 points out of the playoffs. So let's see who's willing to gamble. Yeah, I don't think this is a fake. I think this is the real deal by the front of the field. Hands been played by Denny Hamlin, and this is it. 48 to go. When he crosses the start-finish line on pit road, they're going to try to find about 12 or 15 miles of this gas tank, Dave.
So Chase Briscoe was told, you're going to have to wait because we got to get this pack full of fuel. So Richard Boswell making the gamble here to bring his driver out of 3rd place down to pit road, fill that car full of fuel, give him fresh rubber.
Marty. And Dave, that caution would have bumped these teams that came to pit road a little more insurance, like Denny Hamlin and his race team. But Chris Gabehart told me earlier, and he said on the air, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win Brickyard 400. I'm not worried about points at all. All I want is a trophy at the end of the day. So for fresh Goodyear tires, fuel, but with 48 to go, likely not to the end of the race unless they get another caution.
And you see Denny needing more fuel. How many spots it cost him on pit road? Restarts have been difficult. The most recent one, about 84.
Oh, let's see. Hope that strategy worked. Which I trust, like I said, I really trust Chris Gabehart a lot. In my opinion, he is without doubt one of, if not one of, the top 5 best crew chiefs in the Cup Series right now. If you ask me, top 5 easily.
Ghost pepper sauce. And if Wendy's found a way to make their nugs even better, that means anything is sauceable! Okay, not really. But Wendy's nugs are definitely
I'll be back.
now sauce.
Alright, I'm back again. Not Pringles this time, barbecue version.
This afternoon's aerial coverage brought to you by Shady Ray. Faith Pagoda. Classic start-finish line here. Mid-story tall. Take a look at the accident of the start. Restart.
Yeah, again, it's just aggressive race in the bottom lane goes, blocking, and then the 77 Hosebar, he just stays in his lane. They get to the corner, and Blaney needs to get down the racetrack to not be pretty wide. And, it's everybody wants to point the finger at Hosebar all the time, saying it's his fault. I just don't see that here. I think he's there.
Yeah, so if you look right here, I agree. We're looking at the 2 yellow cars. The bright car on the outside is Blaney, the more traditional yellow. That Hosebar in the middle. I agree completely. I'm not saying Blaney knew he was there and turned down anyway. He either didn't know he was there or just timed it. But I think the 77, look right here. I mean, you can't really go anywhere. There's a Carter was left, Carter was right. You can't always expect the guy to lift. Carson has kind of worked his way in there. I think the 77 didn't do anything wrong.
Even if he lifted, there was still somebody on the outside. Who is going to be put 3 wide, right? It was somebody on the outside.
And then Blaney is one of the pretty fired up drivers. So
if he thought it was close bar, I think we would have heard some radio of playing, but I just think even Blaney knows that, man, that's just racing. That's us trying to all get in turn one.
Cedric was behind Kosovar. Kosovar held that line, but Cedric gave a pretty good shove, so that's why he got into the middle. We get ready for the restart. Ross Chastain up here on the front row with John Hunter Nemechek on the inside.
And the
There we go.
hand out the window, see, waving. He's
Green flag.
to see that, to know when to go. That way he can push him. Here comes the push.
The 5 looks to the inside, and that third row on the inside lane. Not able to do anything with it. And a big launch for Ross Chastain on the outside of row 1. He takes the lead in the Brickyard.
Alex Bowman in third. What a 3-week stretch. The big win in Chicago. A great run last week. Here he is again.
More free wide action. Gretson with a big push to Chase Elliott.
77 Kosovar.
I mean, look at this thing. Oscar, Gregson, Reddick, Haley, Brad Kay. We got all kinds of new players.
Chastain Nemechek up front. You mentioned Bowman on a heater. He's running third. Larson, Elliott, top 5.
We say being the leader of your group, that's what Ryan Blaney has done. He's the leader of the cars that were just on pit road as we see more battling farther back in the pack.
These last 2 restarts have not gone well for Ricky Stenhouse, losing a lot of spots again on the outside.
Oh, Todd Gillen with a big move to the bottom 3 wide.
Wow.
Pushing and shoving behind him.
Now Bush all in the grass.
He got in the back of that gate as he was trying to come back in front of him. A little more contact there through the short chute.
They do not leave each other space, do they? I mean, when you get on the outside, right on the door of the leaders, you see a big single file train. So many different agendas, different strategies, balance of race car, fuel loads.
Daniel Suarez.
They were last on pit road.
My goodness.
Bowman on the same cycle. Last on pit road on lap 70.
Impressive move by Suarez. 3 wide, he was able to pull it off.
Get out, struggling. That outside car, he is in the way right now. It's probably not doing anything like that to do.
But it's 25th. Good mention. At the restart, 20th to 30th, it is a dawn fight.
It is. You know, like I said, the agenda thing is really what makes it even more confusing.
Chastain and Nemechek separated by about 0.3 of a second. So, Steve, because they came at lap 70, the earliest that they would come would be in maybe 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, we're talking like 40, 41, 42 laps. So I really think the final pit window is open, as you see right here. We'll be coming around at 42 to go. I think that's what they can all run under green pretty reasonably. I mean, give or take a quarter gas. So now the question is, you know, how soon you come. Remember, you will lose a lap to some. The front 2 or 3 and 4 cars will probably pit and not lose a lap. But you're third, and you see Chase Elliott only 15 laps since his last pit. So if he runs long, he would hold you down a lap, right? You kind of want everybody to come at once. And I don't think they're going to get that. The real winner in my mind, if you look down here, is let's look at this group. 5 laps since they're on pit road for Blaney, Gibbs, Smith, and Hamlin. Now remember, they were short. We've had some yellows. We're not exactly sure where they've stacked up. We'll just have to wait and see as we continue to run.
So again, Ross Chastain is out front. Ross is one of those drivers who's still looking for a win in 2024 to see if he could lock himself into the playoffs. John Hunter Nemechek, Legacy Motor Club running in that second spot. Alex Bowman has his win. It is locked into the playoffs. Kyle Larson back at Indy. After last time he was here, he was in an Indy car running an Indy 500. Let's go through the field, brought to you by Xfinity. We're going to start with the 9 car, who's running 5th.
It's going to wrap for Chase Elliott today after the early penalty rig in stage 1. Here they are in the top 5. What's the plan for the rest of the race? Listen in.
Field naming the for him to just show sugar now. Yes, that's too old, everybody. If you can stay safe, if you can push that bushel, we need as big a gap to the guys who pit as we can get, because they will only take fuel under green.
Well, Jim, it's a fascinating mix of what drivers are having to do today. Save when they can, but push when they have the opportunity as well.
And for sixth place runner Noah Gregson, he celebrated a birthday on Monday. He turned 26. I asked him, did he do anything special? He said, no, 26 is not a big milestone. What would make this birthday week even bigger would be a strong performance evening win here at the Brickyard. This team has made small gains from Friday to Saturday. Right now, Rich just saying he's running a little bit tight, Dave.
That's the car that's here with Carson Hosenhart is sticking with it at that last restart. No damage that he knows of on the race car, trying to make it a little better. Thought they had a good car. He still felt like it was good balance for Hosenhart. If he could just find a way to the front, Marty, he's found it. And Dave, I would bet those who did it at lap 70, including the top 3 drivers and the top 4 really with Kyle Larson, would come very soon. Tyler Reddick, though, didn't last at 107. In a game of seconds, Kim, they have a little fuel advantage over everybody else.
What a rebound for Brad Keselowski and the 6 team after they got that blend rule violation earlier in the race. Keselowski all race long just said the car is really good. I just struggle in dirty air. He runs in the 9th position. Behind him in the 10th position, Justin Haley. Justin, an Indiana boy, grew up in Winamac, so this race means so much to him, and a big day if he's able to finish top 10, Dave.
Oh, starting coming off the road, new chicken Bowman.
He had fire and smoke in the cockpit earlier, had electrical issues going on, but now it's been up for the race. This will be his last stop for Alex Bowman, Marty.
So as soon as the window opened, Ben Bayshore called John Hunter Nemechek down pit road. Not only did they have a terrific strategy today, they've had pace as well in this Legacy Motor Club Toyota. John Hunter coming down pit road, sees the window just open to make it to the end of the race as you see 39 to go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you sit there and you wait on fuel. They do a nice job. You have to get in full, but they will lose a lap, I think, to some cars. The 5 for sure, which is going to end up being the leader.
This is all this now.
Pitting. I think the 9 is the car that really everybody should be concerned about because he can run quite a bit farther on fuel. They do a nice job. They stay in front of the 5 so far. The 5 might hit him on the backstretch. Yeah, there you go. So now the 9 is really their concern. Yeah.
Oh,
And for Ross Chastain, this
Ninja, that was.
Day after coming in the last position on the playoff grid, Ross said, I need more turn. It feels like the rears are bouncing, but I would still free it up a little bit when I come in.
You got to make sure when you come onto pit road that you get down to 45 miles per hour. Ross did it just a little bit late.
Well, we see how close it's been to hit the pit road and not lose a lap. Ross would, I mean, that has to be 200-300 feet of right front lockup.
Well,
That's Ross getting onto pit road. And now Larson on pit road, Mark.
Here comes Kyle Larson down pit road. So these are the ones that pitted at 102. Have a little bit less fuel. They have to come down here, but with 37 to go, they should be able to make it all the way. Remember, Kyle Larson had the issue earlier. They did not get the left rear tight on the 5 pit stops, so they had to come back down pit road. So Larson will make his final stop of the day. And also a note, Ty Gibbs has radioed in now a couple of times. He is near the cut line in the playoffs, and he has an engine issue in the 54. Remember, last week at Pocono, they lost an engine for Ty Gibbs after starting up front in that race. And today, another engine issue, possibly for Ty Gibbs. At this moment, plus 49 above the cut line for Ty Gibbs. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, here comes Chase Elliott down pit road. We'll see if they have a little bit quicker pit stop than everybody else. We talked about the small advantage they had over everyone else who pitted at 102. They last pitted at 107.
Oh.
So they're running, following down pit road in a caution rig maybe on the racetrack. Mark Truex Jr.
Yep, Truex.
Up toward the wall, and the 9 was on pit road already, so when pit road closes, he's already there. He can do his stop. Yeah, he shouldn't lose his lap now because the rest of the field has slowed down. The 45 of Tyler Reddick, same situation. So you just have to be scored at the pit out line or the start-finish line, depending on what you're pitting. I think both of those cars are past the start-finish line, so the pit out line would be what matters. There's the 9. He scored. That'll be the lead lap for him. 45 of Tyler Reddick has also scored. Lead lap for them.
So with Noah Gregson leading the race, 9 to 45, and all the other cars we saw on pit road will remain on the lead lap.
It's a big advantage for them. And another tough situation.
Truex fans, I feel it for y'all. Like,
he was trying to roll. You can see the left rear tire down on that 19.
Yeah, he was about 3 seconds off pace, after that damage.
Boom.
So the car just wasn't right. Ended up rubbing the left rear.
yeah, just Truex fans must be like, oh, can't take it. I don't blame you. Oh, my goodness. I hate it for Truex, man. I just hate it for him.
If I could be a car right now, I think the 12 of Ryan Blaney is in a really good spot.
And Kim is with Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, part of that earlier caution. What happened?
That was a good idea. I had contact from the right side to go turn around on the outside wall. It's unfortunate for Carvana. Eager to give them a great run. They've been such great supporters for me. We just had a very solid performance. Drove from 33rd almost into the top 10. And unfortunate, just some aggression on this restart, I guess, here on the screen. And I got right reared around I went. But, we'll be back. So happy to see some Legacy Motor Club cars running up towards the front. John Hunter's doing a great job. The Family Dollar 2 vehicle. And we'll see how he finishes.
No luck for 4-time Indy winner Jimmy Johnson.
Had a conversation with Jimmy this morning about the race team he's part owner in, and he was talking about the changes they're making, the effort they're putting in. They're not where they want to be, but he feels like they're going to get there, and they're committed to making the changes. He was really excited about it. He was telling me that, he's spending a lot of time, more time at the shop. He's spending more time in planning and organizing and making changes, and he was super excited about it.
Marty. And we mentioned the engine issue for Ty Gibbs. He is here on pit road. The hood just went back down, and man, it does sound absolutely sour. You see the engine tuner for the 11 team of Denny Hamlin trying to diagnose the issue. As of this moment, and it sounds terrible when it leaves pit road, they're plus 48 above the cut line, but not much you can do with the cylinder starting to go down here towards the end of the race, Steve.
Ty Gibbs.
You're lucky enough it's a spark plug wire or something to that effect. That's kind of when you open the hood and you try to diagnose what cylinder it is, but now you just hope that it can get to the finish.
Another one out of the race. Joey Logano is with Kim.
Yeah, Joe is part of that same incident as Jimmy Johnson. Let's see if he's got a different perspective.
He ain't making it, like I said earlier, he's not making it past around 16.
It seems like they were 3 wide. A couple of rows behind me, and the wreck caught me. Unfortunately, it's I guess I can watch it one more time here. It's like most of them are sent it down the center and just kind of stuffed it in there late. Seems like something he's done a lot recently. Unfortunately, it's caught up to me as a regular Jimmy into my left rear nose air shovels. I'm not saying the wall. It's a bummer. You come here to Indy once a year, and all you dream of is kissing the bricks. And my team gave me a really good race car, and we were the leader of our strategy. And that's kind of all you can hope for, right? Is get to the lead of your strategy. We were going to have a shorter pit stop. We were trying to gain some spots on the restart. As a lot of guys were kind of staying out, trying to connect it. We can have a shorter stop than them. And that was when we were going to cycle back up to the front, hopefully, and we never got to see it through.
So unfortunate for that Penske driver.
We hear a lot of the same storylines from all the drivers, right? I needed to be the leader of my group. I needed to do, the leader of my strategy. I think they all, they don't need to understand kind of which group they're a part of. That's not their job, really. That's the crew chief's job to figure out. All you can do as a driver is try to race the cars that are on your plan, right? You be at the front of it. If you're lucky enough to be, the last thing you want to do in Rick is be on the absolute right plan and be the second best car on it, right?
Hopefully we have the fuel to make it.
So when you see Gregson, Hocevar, Keselowski, they were on last on pit road lap 1.
I do not want another Nashville to happen.
112, you hear him shutting his car off, saving gas.
We won't see them back on pit road, right? They're going to try to make it.
The 112 yeah, they got to try to go 48 laps. Front 3, I think, have to pit. Hemrick probably is going to have to pit as well. Whether they choose to pit now or later, I could make an argument that you run a little bit longer. But I don't believe the 12 is going to pit again, Dave.
Ryan asked, have I saved enough? Crew chief said, I don't think we're in the clear, but I think we're going to be okay. There's your answer.
Yeah, 5-ish laps short, maybe 4. Well, one thing for sure, cautions are helping. Yeah, because his car shut off.
I mean, right now, it's not running, not burning any gas whatsoever. He'll fire it up, roll a little bit, shut it back off. You get a few more cautions. And by the way, we need to get one caution that tends to make others.
Yeah, so you're going to see the front three hit Hamrick as well. And then really, oh no. Looks like Brad Kay's going to stay on the racetrack. There's some guys we haven't talked a lot about that are on the absolute right side of this race. Dane Smith jumps to mind. So it'll be interesting how it plays out. Kim.
And for no Gregson, the biggest complaint all day has been just so tight. They have not been able to turn. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires is the call after the last 2 stops. They took 2. It's going to be a little bit of weight on the fuel. And no Gregson completing his stop, Dave.
Car's been good for Hosevar. He brings it to pit lane, though, because he has to have fuel. Tires on as well. We saw how aggressive he can be on the restarts. It'll be fun to watch him coming from the back. 2 right sides.
And the reason for this 7th caution was sped by 19 of Martin Truex Jr. So the restart with 32 to go. Come back.
Darren, our family has always trusted Bass Pro Shops for all their outdoor needs. I continue to be a proud customer. I grew up shopping here, and now I love bringing my family here to gear up for all our adventures together. And now, Bass Pro Shops Club members enjoy special savings and earn points towards free gear, which is rewarding when finding what you need for your next adventure. Spending time outdoors with the ones you love, sharing memories and making new ones, that's an earned family tradition that I'm proud to carry on.
At Cracker Barrel, we're putting a little sting in every bite of our fried chicken. But our new sweet heat sauce will have you saying, ooh, not now. What are you waiting for? Buzz on in and try it. And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
All right.
When we're young, we're told anything.
Interesting strategy.
But only a few of us go out and prove.
All right. All right. Like I said, strategy's been interesting.
We have 3 choices whenever she is. We can either sit here and die, share a new way of life. We can flee, not even fight.
We have a $2,000 travel grant.
Or we can just take it head on. The rest will take care of itself.
It is the party here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And proud to join this Brickyard 400, the 30th anniversary of the first. After the Olympic break, it's back to short track racing Richmond. And we on the NBC Sports app for a 30 practice qualifying at 4:30. And then on Sunday, countdown to green at 5:30 on USA. It's 6 o'clock. Cup Series Racing Party.
Rick Denny Hamlin sits in 5th, and Chris Gabehart wanted to reset the playing field for his driver. Listen.
I'm not entirely comfortable yet, but I think we can make it with savings if needed, and one more caution and we're good. So I wanted the ball, I didn't want to go out back. All right.
I wanted the ball. He has promised to be on offense all day long. Chris Gabehart so far has delivered.
If we win this race, it's because of Chris Gabehart.
Hamlin is close on fuel, as you heard him talk about, but he also has some drivers to pass as he sits his fifth, Rick.
The bit of information as a driver that I need is who else is on my strategy. Blaney, that's what I needed to know. Blaney is on the same strategy that you're on. We don't think Everett and Keselowski can make it. They're on a big gamble here. You need to find a way to get in front of that 12 car.
I'll add Zane Smith to the outside of Blaney on the same strategy as well. Now, the 12 car might bring up some bad memories for Hamlin since it was just a week ago where he couldn't get by the 12 in the closing laps of Pocono. But the 12 also a little shell shock on the whole fuel mileage situation from Gateway where he ran out of gas at the white flag lap. So Ryan Blaney, I'm sure, trying to save as much as he can. As we get ready for the restart, it'll be 31 laps to go.
There you go.
Keselowski, the 6, drifts up the racetrack in the short chute. He takes the lead, and here comes Blaney.
Takes it to that 71 car. He went to the bottom and got in front of the 11 car.
So Emmerich trying to hold on to third right now, but that fight between Emmerich and Smith, 3 wide behind him. They were all able to get through. Keselowski, he's not worried about saving fuel right now. He's trying to pull away. Now fighting for spots, the 47, Ricky Sithouse Jr. As Suarez on his outside, big aggressive move. Tyler Reddick tries to go by. We hear him shift.
Reddick last on pit road at 124. Fuel's not a concern. It's just speed, pace, aggressiveness. Try to push the cars. Don't allow them to run their own race. He's doing a nice job right now. Up into the 13th spot, looking at Suarez.
Keselowski last pitted on lap 102. No way he could make it to the end on that amount of fuel. So is he running hard so that he makes everybody else run hard? He's running hard and crap.
They put this last set of tires on closer to the finish. They know they're upside down on strategy. Maybe they'll get a caution where half the field will hit and kind of leave their road this track position.
Yep, Steve just called it. This team is banking on some kind of caution in the next 29 laps. They cannot make it on fuel by the map. Maybe if we get additional cautions, they'll have the opportunity to get fresher tires than anybody else, or even if we get a string, depending on how they roll this gamble, stay out and stretch that fuel even more. I don't even know if that's an option, Steve. How many caution laps would they need?
I think it's really outside of reach. I mean, they would need 20 or 25 yellows by my math. I spent some time with Matt McCall earlier. Although you see Brad half throttle down the straightaway, saving all he can, because even if they come to pit road, you want to put less fuel on board. And I was talking with Matt, he seemed upbeat. You know, it's been an up and down year. They did get that win finally for Brad as an older driver, but he's like, man, every decision I make is the wrong one. If we pit, caution come. And I know what he means, Jeff. You know, a lot of these gambles are calculated, but it's still a gamble. And some days, it's like, no matter what you do, you're on the wrong side of the point flip.
Yeah, as we follow along with Brad looking at that telemetry, he's saving fuel in a different way. He was actually wide open leaving the corner, but then he would run halfway down the straightaway and then have a bigger lift. Completely different style of saving fuel.
Look at the pace of the race. It's a half a second slower than what we were running earlier on basically the same amount of tires. So, you know, and that's because Brad can save, because Blaney wants to save. Blaney can save, because Smith wants to save. Like, if the guys controlling the race are all patient, then it works. You just need somebody to kind of push the line along.
What didn't work was that restart with Denny Hamlin. You know, he needed to get, and he did not need that 71 of Zane Smith to get between he and Blaney. Now he doesn't have one car to go through. He has two cars to go through.
Fifth gear all the way for Denny Hamlin. The shifting is stopped. Watch down into turn 3. Lift nice and early. No downshift. I don't want to make it sound like a Sunday drive, but he seems pretty content at the pace that they are running, Marty.
And look how much he's out of the throttle. Yeah, once that restart did not work out a moment ago for Denny Hamlin's team, Chris Gabehart told him on this lap coming down the front stretch, I need for you to start saving for me. Remember, they are right on the line after having last minute at lap 112.
And the reason you save now is any fuel you use right now is just wasted. Where's he got to go? I mean, maybe you can get by Hemrick. You're not racing Hemrick. Hemrick has to come to pit road. The next position for Denny Hamlin is Zane Smith, 2 spots in front. Well, it's just not worth it. It's not worth, it's not worth the fuel you would burn to try to push those guys.
Yeah, and this is Lavelle behind. He's not going to push him because he's saving fuel as well. Get a little bit behind him, save the fuel. So all these guys are kind of in this together.
When is that magic number of you got to have the green light to go get them?
So for Hamlin, I think it's when Hemrick leaves. So there's no reason to push the Smith if Hemrick's still in your way because you don't want to burn fuel past the guy that has to fit anyway. So I think he's going to run until either A, he saves so much that Gabehart kind of unleashes him and says, we're definitely good to go. B, you get a yellow that forces you to save enough gas. Or C, you get Hemrick out of the way where you can then go get the positions that matter. If we vacation together, Rick, we're all going to check a bag, that's fine. Don't carry on. And I check a bag, we're going to be bad when we get there, right? We all have to have the same plan.
The problem with Hemrick, he could go past lap 150, so that's not enough laps for then Hamlin to try to go up there and catch Blaney.
That's why he's saving now, because I don't think it's hurting him to save. I don't think he's losing time or position.
So the guy that is not saving, Kyle Larson, he did it on lap 123, and he has been passing several cars, and he is about a half a second a lap faster. So that's a guy that can mess his strategy up. If he can make some passes, and if he can get up there, then he's going to pick the pace up of everyone. Right now, though, he's having trouble getting by Freeze.
There's your answer, Rick, right? To Jeff's point. Hamlin needs to go when he has a chance to pass, or when you're going to be passed. Yeah. You're going to have to finally go.
Dave. Ryan Blade is in second. He is on the lap 112. Last fitting plan. His crew chief is Jonathan Hassler. Yes, that's champion crew chief Hassler. He's from nearby Greencastle, Indiana. A home win would be great for him. How does he get there from here? He says he's doing really well, the driver, as he talked to him over the radio, on the fuel saving. So just a little bit safe, and they'll get there. He believes they can do it, Marty.
While we're talking about all these drivers saving, they called it a Sunday drive a moment ago. But, Jeff, there's a lot going on behind the wheel. Yes, Denny Hamlin trying to save fuel right here, but Chris Gabehart told him just a moment ago, he said, listen, whatever you do, I need you to save me that fuel. Do not let your teammate Christopher Bell on you. So saving fuel while also keeping track position, Jim.
And for Zane Smith in the third position, they're on that 112 plan that Ryan Blaney is also on, and a great gamble by crew chief Stephen Dorn in his rookie season as a Cup Series crew chief. They gambled back in Nashville, got career best finish for Zane Smith in the Cup Series of second. And Stephen's been honest. He said there's challenges he did not expect being a younger, newer crew chief with a younger, newer driver.
Fuel strategy, fuel savings going down.
With that 14, but he said he has learned so much and it has made him a better crew chief.
It's a great update by him on what it's like to try to figure this out as you go. And as you see Brad lead and Blaney, look how close the cars are. I mean, Brad has.
All right, I'll turn on my face cam and 10 to go.
And we saw a big run by Denny Hamlin, and he decided not to make the move. That's the same fuel, right? He's letting Hemrick kind of pull him along around this track.
Well, they're running 52-second laps. Look at the total speed. They're down almost to 160 miles an hour in the middle of the corner. Let's look at top speed for the leader. I'm looking up here at the top of the pylon. We saw nearly 200 miles an hour earlier in the race. I bet you don't see 194, 193, maybe not even 190. They're 2 seconds slower than they can run. We have seen low 50-second laps. They're running 52 50s. It's a narrow racetrack. They are just stacking the air up, not letting anybody move.
And you would think that would be advantageous for a guy like Kyle Larson, who is on the gas trying to go, but we haven't seen him make a lot of moves.
That's right.
So Keselowski is the Pied Piper, leading everyone around Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
All right.
country and don't eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country and don't eat a lot of peaches. If I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Nature's candy in my hand, hand. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Wow. You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win VIP Trevor 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race to the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
Don't let that chef spoil your trip.
Is that a chip? That happens a lot, but Safe Flight could have helped. A chip repair is faster, cheaper, and easier than a new windshield. And with your insurance, it's usually free.
Less than 20 to
Don't
go.
let that chip spoil your trip. Book
And
today.
Kozlowski's leading.
Cheese was not. It's not enough.
The guy with the most fuel is the one who is pushing it. And we just see Kyle Busch now go back by Kyle Larson. So Busch doesn't have as much fuel as Larson does, but Larson is pushing the pace. He has moved up to 8. Kyle Busch just took.
He is the one making the moves. He's been very impressive laying down the straightaway as everybody else is trying to save fuel. He turns out late. He's made a lot of passes. He had a pass made on Gilliland, and then Busch saw it happen, saw him too wide, made it 3 wide, took that spot back. And Larson is so frustrated right now. Not that Busch did anything wrong, but now he was going to be right at the 20 car. Now he's got to go by the 8 car, and the laps are winding down. He's got to make these passes quickly. Watch this move right here at the end of the straightaway.
Time running out at Indianapolis, and yes, it's been Kyle Larson, also Tyler Reddick towing him through the field as well. But before this restart, Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson, go on offense. Listen in.
But we are right now over 1 lap to the good on table to the end of the race. And as it stands right now, a lot of those guys think they are a lap short in order to go green. Offensive things that we can do is only going to, help put them in a worse spot of having to go hard and burn more fuel.
And there he goes for another pass. Now up to 7th for Kyle Larson. Steve, are they in the best spot? Obviously, as Cliff Daniels told him, we're 1 to the good. Don't worry about fuel. We can run hard to the end.
Well, they're obviously in the best spot for fuel, but, the pace has dropped so much that I just can't believe that Blaney, Zane Smith, and Nick Hamlin, I believe they can make it to the finish. So 2nd, 3rd, and 5th can make it to the finish. Then for Larson, he's going to invalid. While I have Bell on the list as well. I know that you would think with a slower pace he should be able to overcome it, but he hasn't really. He's passed a couple. We'll see if he gets by the 20 or the 11. I think the 11 is really the benchmark for the 5. If the 5 can get by the 11, then we'll see how much pace the 12 has up there with a lighter fuel load.
Well, dude, he's not going to let the 5 by him. You say those two don't play well together on the racetrack.
Well, I don't know if I have to say the word flat, but
He also can only drive to what he has, as we see now with 15 to go.
You see everybody's blocking the bottom, taking that away from Larson. Larson just got to the point where I'm going in here. And whatever happens, happens. And that's what you have to do. Now Larson's to Hamlin. And those blocks, Larson's just not having it. And he is trying to deep in the corner, put those guys in a bad situation. I think it's a different ball game right now. I think Larson is in control of this race.
Randy to Hamlin, that's enough. They've seen enough. They've told him to go. At this point, they know he has to keep the 5 behind him. So now the 11 has his trouble. Can he just turn the wick up? Right
Oh,
now,
the 5 just gained up. Larson just had so much momentum. Oh my gosh.
See Chris Gabehart, he knows the 5 is the race. You see him reach up on the radio, talking to his driver. We have to make it happen. I agree, Jeff. They know the 5 is in control. If you let him go by you with more fuel, you'll never get another chance to get back by him.
Look at this. Look at Larson once again. Late move. That was a little too late. Hamlin knew it. Larson's not going to take it. You can see what he's willing to do.
How can he defend, right? I mean, what else can he do?
All you can do is try to get as low as you can. If you know he has a run, like right here, you're looking in the mirror. See right there? He's like, all right, take the outside. And look at Larson. He's like, nope, I'm coming on the inside. Hamlin missed the bottom. Now Larson tries to drive. Can't get there. But see how early Hamlin had to enter the corner. Larson was able to stay out later, get to the bottom. Later,
Oh my goodness.
More momentum down this front straightaway.
We'll see if he tries to make the pass as they go into turn 1. Larson putting the pressure on the front 5.
So you see Hamlin now not only looking on his camera. Oh no!
See that time right there what Larson did.
And call, there's nothing we can do. The 5 was just clearly faster.
Drove in deep. Hamlin got tight behind Hemrick. Larson had forward momentum on corner exit. That is great driving by Larson.
Now Larson needs to get by Hemrick, and the 11 continues to say Blaney is the target way up there of all the cars that have a chance to make it. I don't believe it's Brad Kay. I don't believe
There goes our race. It's alright though.
Zane Smith.
Look at Larson. Look at that late entry. He's able to really stay out.
Unless the caution comes out, but
Right here.
Back bumper. And he made some aggressive late moves. He's going to stay higher, though, this time, as we see Hemrick go down and try to go by that 71 of Smith.
He's got to get to 71 quickly. He's got to get by him. Zane did a good job of recovering. But here comes the 5 with good momentum on the corner exit.
Down the backstretch, Larson closing the gap. Building to the inside to pass Zane Smith.
And look at Blaney. Blaney's trying to get by Keselowski. He knows Larson's coming. It's getting good.
Coming up on 11 laps.
That's radio communication to Blaney. Do what you've got to do. If we've saved enough, this is, it is what it is. They know that Larson is coming. You can't, you don't want to try to do a fuel strategy, let the guy go, and then make it on gas.
And Keselowski, we don't think he had enough gas that he could go to the end. He was trying to break the draft and not help the 12.
Wow, Larson restarted 23rd at lap 130, only 20 laps ago, so he has made a lot of moves.
He's able to do with his car things that other people can't. He's able to enter low, enter high, and still make good lap time. So whatever defense that is being played in front of him, he's able to answer. Look at that late entry. Look how high he is on one entry. Then look what it does on its exit. He leaves lower, leaves faster. If he can do that on 4 coming down this front straightaway, he can get by Hemrick here.
They're not saving fuel anymore. We just saw over 192 miles an hour by Keselowski as he entered turn 3. We'll see what happens in 1 year.
10 to go. Face cam.
Oh, look, here we go again. The other thing you worry about is Keselowski or Hemrick running out in front of you. Hemrick's doing a great job.
Keselowski trying to break the draft.
Another
Blade's trying to use it.
run by Larson. Can he do anything with it? Not this time.
Blaney looking frustrated because the 6 has picked up his pace. I think he thought he was so low on fuel he could just get by the 6. I mean, look, he's picked up almost 2 miles an hour just in the last few laps.
So Blaney has turned it up, and Keselowski in front of him has done the same to try to stay in front of him. And now 9 laps to go.
Goodness.
Blaney's best friend right now is the 31. Worst enemy, the 6. He would love to have that clean air. Larson behind Henrik is.
How is Daniel Hemrick still staying? That's impressive. Way to go, Daniel Hemrick.
If Henrik can just miss the bottom of the corner, he got a big run on him again. If he can just miss the bottom of the corner by 6 inches, then Larson can take it. Here he is. Big run. Lift right there by Henrik. Let him go.
Up to 3rd for Larson. Bottom left, Jonathan Hassler, crew chief of the 12. Listen to the 12 radio. There you have it. And now here comes Larson. Look at the run he has on the 12.
Hemrick's down the pit road. It buffered on me again, so I have to. Who's Keselowski, then Blaney. Larson's still in 3rd, but.
Chief of the 12. Listen to the 12 radio. There you have it. And now here comes Larson. Look at the run he has on the 12.
Again, we're doing this.
All
right, 7 to go. Looks like Keselowski, Blaney, and Larson.
This is unbelievable. He's been able to go this far. Just shows you the fuel economy these drivers can get when the pace slows. Blaney hit it really low that time. Got kind of stuck behind the 6. Can Larson take advantage of it? No, he can't.
You see, we're showing 52 laps run and really an empty fuel tank for Keselowski right now. Or very close to it.
Yeah, empty by math. Fuel still in it in reality. 6 somehow stays on the racetrack.
Keselowski has won here at the Brickyard before. The 2 behind him have not. Blaney and Larson. Now 6 laps to go.
Goodness. Who's going to win it?
Become a masterful driver, taking advantage of opportunities. I do not believe he's going to make a mistake. Larson's going to have to find a way to take it from him.
And could it be helping Blaney? Because Keselowski's out there?
No.
I mean, fuel-wise,
they done it all wise, but I think he's burning all the fuel right now. I don't think it's the fuel battle anymore. I mean, he's either saved it up or he hasn't. When that 6 pulls off and Blaney
5 to go.
in the air, his car is going to drive differently. He is going to have a different driving race car, and he is going to have to adapt immediately. And you don't completely know what's going to happen when you have clean air that first time. That's when Larson needs to jump. 40 green flag laps for Brad Keselowski, 14 yellow. By my math, that's 44, 45 laps of total fuel. I just can't see a world where he can run 5 more laps, but he continues to stay out. If he can pull it off, this will be the most masterful fuel savings I've ever seen.
And that's the driver on the 6. Brad Keselowski out in front. Blaney running 2nd. Larson is 3rd. Larson, the most fuel of all 3. Larson confident that he can get to the end. The other 2, not sure.
To your point, now you're getting to a point, Jeff, where if the 6 runs out in the wrong spot. Larson got a big run that time. Still not enough, but that was the best run on the exit of 4 he's gotten in the last few laps. 4 to go. Fire's still lit under the hood of the 6.
nervous?
Oh my goodness.
Everybody.
This is interesting. One of the most interesting finish. This is an interesting finish, definitely for sure.
Blaney and Joe Larson looking for an opportunity. Very close this time. He took a look to the inside. He's not.
From Larson.
A big block by the 12. Nice job getting to the bottom of that corner. Under the 3 to go.
3 laps of racing left.
I didn't know Blaney could make the corner like he needed to, but he did a great job of getting that block, entering low, and still hitting his marks.
And we all overestimated the 6. Have we just taken him for granted? Can he possibly run 7.5 more miles? 3 laps, 7.5 more miles. Does he have it in the tank? Keselowski out in front here in Indy.
If Keselowski wins this race, I would be amazed if he does. Because with the amount of fuel that he has,
That was a big entry into that time, super high. Gain some momentum. He's not going to be able to make the move here, but can he force Blaney into a mistake right there? That's what he's doing. He's not really thinking he can fan pass him. He just wants Blaney to be looking in the mirror to distract him.
oh, caution!
And you heard a radio, max save, max save. I can tell you that could have been anybody in the top 20 on the radio about saving fuel.
We have a chance. We're still in it. Oh my. We're going to overtime.
Now with the caution coming out, there's going to be overtime. So Keselowski, we weren't sure if he was going to make it to 160 laps. Now there's going to be more. Let's ride along.
It's been that kind of year. Kyle Busch.
What
He
happened?
did not have anything go right. You see how low he enters? See his car coming up the racetrack? His entry was so low because of the block that he wasn't able to make the corner, and that's what I kept talking about Blaney when he was able.
And yet people are trying to blame it on him.
That low and still stay on the bottom. See, up the racetrack, it's just such an early entry.
That shows you how good of a job the 12 is doing. Exactly. Because he's entering that low and it's working out. Exactly. Happened just behind the leaders. And
Kyle's done.
fuel save.
Like-
See, the 8 stopped.
Well, now what?
Boy.
Well, Brad Keselowski was last on pit road lap 102. We thought under green they could run 42, maybe 43 laps. He has run 42 laps of green and 15 laps of yellow. I mean, that is 57 total laps. Even if you got a 3-1 on your cautions, meaning you can run 3 cautions for the price of 1 green flag lap. That's
This is gonna be chaotic.
okay, so it's just such a
We might have another Nashville.
Can you fill the pickup up? Can it accelerate? This is the track we see stack ups all the time.
Pit road is open. See if anybody takes it, has to take it.
I think they want to, but I just don't think Matt McCall, the crew chief of this 6 car at this point, you just got to ride it out.
Oh,
you see right here, Denny Hamlin. So they must have not.
Zane Smith? Oh my gosh.
Zane Smith. So these guys go on pit road 10 laps after Brad Keselowski, and yet they're coming to pit road now. Including Zane Smith, they told him we do not have enough
Oh my man.
Never gonna happen.
be quiet as the number 16 of Brett Keselowski has made their bed. You guys stayed out. Do you have enough to make it to the end?
I mean, I think we're short, but sometimes you don't really know what you have, right? You try to compute everything, so we're going to see what happens. Go, okay?
What are you telling your driver?
Just have fun. I mean, there's nothing else we can do about it now. We've laid the groundwork, and we're going to make the 160.
Right, we'll see what
This is going to get interesting here. Where I know we're already out of it.
All right, Steve, let's talk about fuel in the pickup.
Well, let's talk about how these fuel cells work, right? We heard about it, so we're inside the fuel cell, left and right. There's two pickups.
Get ready for Nashville 2.0.
And what happens is they both pick up right side and left side and fill that box up and go. The problem is this is flat right here, a sort of bank track. It kind of fills to the left side. If you're going around at speed, it fills to the right side. But here in Indianapolis, with no banking, I mean, you can have a quarter inch or a half inch of fuel kind of sloshing around down there, and it just doesn't get picked up. That's why you're going to see cars kind of moving back and forth to not only clean tires, but to fill up the fuel pickup.
All right, choose here.
Nervous times for John Hassler and receiver Ryan Blaney. Do your pickups have enough fuel to get to the end, and maybe a little bit more?
Yeah, I think we're probably good for this one green light checker. Definitely in a little better situation than 6. So hopefully we can get this win right here.
Good luck.
I like it, and for that reason, I really like Blaney having the opportunity to choose next to the 6. So if the 6 doesn't accelerate, let's not mess up that 45. He has some pace back there as well.
Yeah, what does Larson do right here? We've seen how aggressive.
I think anytime you mention Brickyard,
Right.
you dig a little bit deep. Even if you've been digging pretty deep, you want to dig a little bit deeper to grab the win here. The list of names, right?
Where are we?
Larson, Brett, we've talked
We're
about
outside of the top 20.
Fallon's just
Oh.
kind of had a quiet day. Here he is at 5th. Todd Gilliland 6th. Cindric after the penalty all the way back to 7th. Bubba Wallace still scoring those so valuable points at 8th. Brian Free, Suarez.
back to Elliott before you have somebody who we would guess has enough fuel at 124.
I'm done guessing, bro. Since Brad's still running, I'm done guessing.
So many times, Steve did a great job of explaining how these fuel cells work. But so many times when cars get low on fuel, you think they're fine, you think they're running. When you get in the restart zone, they don't go.
My
And
goodness.
in the history of NASCAR, that seems to be the big issue. Trying to get them launched and pick up enough fuel when the car's going forward, all the acceleration is going forward. That's when we seem to have problems.
And these fuel injected systems don't need a lot of fuel pressure to idle. But when you step on the gas, you need to go, you need increased fuel pressure.
6 is close. He's out. So the 5 moves forward into the front row.
6 is done.
Presented by Credit One Bank. Blaney on the outside. Larson on the inside.
Green.
We put it back in the air. 2 laps of racing in Indy. Who else is going to run out?
Oh, they're wrecking. Caution. Oh,
Restart.
Yeah, for the 4th time today, we've seen a big pile up on the restart.
no. Oh, no.
Oh, there's Denny Hamlin who had just come to pit road. He's involved. Chase Briscoe has damage to that number 14.
All these guys.
We're done. It's over for us, man. Ouch. Ugh.
Interested to see if Larson did get in front of Blaney there. He's being scored as he's in front of him. But they've got to go back and determine that.
Yeah, another race where things didn't go our way again.
The 6th being the leader, he then establishes the inside lane. He has the right to take off first. NASCAR's going to work on this lineup. But then what happens is when the 6th pits,
I want to know what happened.
and let the 5 start on the front row. That's correct.
Oh. Oh, my.
Big contact in 1.
That's a big shot. I think that's the 42 right there, the white.
Ouch.
It's such a good day. John Hunter had. It's a block, another block.
Oh.
Nemechek made a very late block, getting into one. Watch this. Nemechek came down the racetrack. Hemrick was there. Big impact. Gosh.
It's twice.
Big Rex.
Nemechek glanced off that inside. The barrier is.
Did Holiday? I think. I'm not sure.
Outside wall.
Yeah, so here comes Hemrick. And yeah, he just Hemrick couldn't get slowed down like Nemechek expected.
Oh no, what happened?
They're on corner entry as well. Which makes it even that much harder to gauge it. You see the red NBC logo. The car's been stopped on the front straightaway.
Classic blow off that inside wall.
Red flag, I don't believe has anything to do with fuel load, and NASCAR's not really ever done that. Just this track is so narrow that they have to get the cleanup underway in turn one with all the cars sitting down there.
And due to the breaking news today, the NASCAR Cup Series race on NBC will be available on USA for the conclusion of this race from Indianapolis. You see the red flag has been displayed for the second overtime.
Holy cow.
So just a reminder, due to that breaking news today, this race will continue on USA.
Let's look at the restart right here. So the sixth of Brad Keselowski was the leader of the race. He chose the inside lane. Kyle Larson chose the outside lane. Ryan Blaney chose the outside lane. When the sixth comes to pit road, it's post-choose. The choose has happened. The inside lane moves up. The rule is then the 12 becomes the control car. Now Ryan Blaney and the
wow, I'm cheering on for Bubba and Red.
Kyle Larson gets a freebie row, but the 12 gets the fire first as we roll into the restart zone. I'm not sure what happened. I'm wondering if the drivers knew the rule, knew who could fire first, but the rule is the 6 moves, the inside lane moves up. That makes the 12 now the leader of the race. You're exactly right on all the rules. And remember, this restart thing happened earlier this year in Richmond. Hamlin got a great launch by a few feet. They didn't call it because they said it was so close they didn't want to make the call.
Nothing we could have done in that scenario.
See, a little bit of a hit right there from Gilliland from behind. So I don't have a problem with the restart. Here's my thinking, though. Ryan Blaney is mentally preparing to restart second. That's a different approach, right, Jeff? He's like, all right, I'm going to judge this. The 6 is going to accelerate. Here's what I'm going to do. Then instantly, he goes from second to first. Now he has to change his whole mindset. He hasn't been prepared to roll it into the restart zone. When should he fire? His whole mindset has to change. And I just think the 12 would have got a better restart if he knew he was the control car. It was kind of dropped in his lap, Jeff, at the last minute.
We're going to get under a red flag condition here as we will have another overtime. So another attempt at overtime. And a reminder, again, because of the breaking news that took place earlier today, this Cup race coverage will be available on USA for the conclusion of the race. And we'll ask you to turn right over after the commercial break. And there's a possibility that we will go straight there as, again, they're trying to clean up the racetrack. This was a pretty big incident in turn number 1, involving quite a few cars. So as they're cleaning up the racetrack, the red flag has been displayed. There's still another opportunity in front of these drivers to win the Brickyard 400. Who is going to grab it? Again, make sure to join us on USA for the conclusion of the Brickyard 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series.
This copyrighted.
Let's move over to USA now. USA. At least I have it. All right. Did it. I just changed to USA.
Dave, what about the 12? Ryan Blaney, are they feeling confident they've got enough fuel?
Well, Steven, Jeff did a good job of explaining the rule. This is what Ryan Blaney thought.
Get away! So he gets a jumper for Rowe, and I get someone run that again.
So, clearly not happy, and obviously you guys said it happened after the choose. Had he chosen as the control card, he would have chosen the inside because the later radio transmission was, hey, I cannot win from up here. Of course, the team encouraging him that he can win from the outside, but clearly now Larson, if he is the control card, would choose the inside. So, a lot happening.
That is 100% the rule. The rule is called correctly here. And to Steve's point, you have to adjust, but you have to adjust on the fly in the second because he has spent the last 3 or 4 minutes planning a restart, knowing what he was going to have to do, and in a matter of a second, it changed. And now your head starts spinning. What do I do? What do I do? But the rule is right. They got this rule right. Now, he may not like it, but the only way to fix it is it's not little green flags. The only way to fix it is if you don't like the rule, you have to go all the way around the racetrack, do the whole choose situation all over again, and that's not what we're going to do. We're going to go back green. It's been this rule for forever, and it's not the wrong rule. Was it a disadvantage? Was it a bad break for Blaney? Yes. But I don't think having another 2 laps of caution to fix it is worth it. Oh, you go back green.
He should be furious at the situation. Just not at, somebody thinking it was incorrect. Right. That's just what happens.
And it was 200 yards. I mean,
Wow.
literally, Brad Keselowski pulls off the racetrack, and 200 yards later is the line for the restart. And so there's not a lot of time for
What is
to
happening right
grab
now?
all of that information and, like you said, put a plan together for that restart.
But let me say this. It's the competitor's job to know the rules. That is paramount to being successful in this sport. And if you know the rule, now you just change focus. Now you change focus on what do I have to do rather than emotionally going through this is wrong, this is wrong. Yes, I caught a bad break, but this is the rule. And then you put your energy to that. You don't put your energy to this is wrong. You put your energy to, okay, now what do I have to do? Because he becomes the control of the restart. So now he's got to change gears and say, how do I control this restart to my advantage rather than this is wrong, this is wrong. That's 2 different looks at it, Rick. I like to look at it of how do I take advantage of it rather than I got put in a bad situation.
And so, once again, just a reminder, overtime, under a red flag condition, they're cleaning up turn number 1. There was quite a few cars that were involved. There's fluid that has been put down in turn 1. We know that these cars are turning in excess of 190 to 195 miles an hour when they go to turn into turn number 1. And so they want to make sure that that surface is clear.
So the rules are, we've explained, that the 12 becomes the restart. So let's talk about this. The 6 pulls off. Last minute, he's cleaning up his tires, swerving. He basically follows the pace car. The 5 and the 12 pull up. And that one basically comes down to, how this gets fired off. And when you watch it, I don't know if the 12 doesn't accelerate very good. If the 5 rolls a little bit, at the end of it, the restart itself doesn't bother me. I don't think the 5 jumped the restart by any means. I know there's going to be some that disagree with that. We see a lot of restarts. That was no means do I want that to be in the hands of the officials. That is racing. I just think if the 12 knows he's the leader on the backstretch, 20 seconds earlier, when his nose hits line 1, he's gone. There's no way Ryan Blaney waits to the end of that restart zone if he has 20 seconds to kind of get his mind around that.
Well, what we have to consider is Jim Larson of the rule.
It's maybe he thought he was.
Did he think he was under control of the restart?
That's a good question.
Those 5 cars involved in the accident there on lap 162, they're in the lower left.
Oh my goodness.
Marty, I believe you have caught up with Cliff Daniels. Is he feeling confident about this next restart?
Boy, Rick, what a scrappy day it has been for this 5 team. The bad pit stop earlier on. You have managed your way to get track position here, Cliff. What do you think about this final restart and how you coach your driver through it?
Yeah, I think it'll be a team restart, and have a lot of confidence in Kyle. He does so well in these type of situations. I know he's going to be ready and prepared. Obviously, everybody around this is going to be tight on fuel, us included. So I'm looking forward to watching him, execute the restart. Really proud of our HinderCars.com team. It has definitely been a tough day. I'm really proud of our guys, the way they handled the situation when we did have a lug start to cross thread. And, I got frustrated in the moment, not knowing what happened. But our guys played it great. Very proud of the pit crew. And it's just going to take a minute to give a shout out to the folks at Hinder Motorsports. We put a lot of prep into this race, engine shop, part shop, sim department, and everyone who's really, pulled together for this race right before the 2-week off break. And, really proud to be part of an organization like that. Very thankful. So big thanks to all those folks back at home. Hope to make them proud.
With this fuel advantage he has over the 12th car, Brian Blaney, will that play to his favor on this restart?
Yeah, we'll see. The interesting part about the way that whole run took place is while the 12 was up front, he was able to save fuel relative to us. We had to go hard to get through traffic. So the relativity of the fuel on board may be a little more equal, if that makes sense, just because the fuel burn that we had on the green. So, yeah, we have a little bit more on board, which is good for us. And, obviously he's done his part. Blaney's done his part to save fuel. So be fun to see how it plays out here. Hopefully we can get, a green run to the end, and we don't keep having a lot of yellows. So we'll see.
So what do you do under this red flag? Do you leave your driver alone? Do you let him think through the restart? Because I heard you say on the last restart, I want you to think through what you're going to do on this restart.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot that I'll coach him on right here. He obviously just did a great job on that one. And, what's fun about working with him, he drives so many different types of cars. He's so dynamic. He knows what it takes to start up front and lead a sprint car race or a late model race, a cup race, even the IndyCar experience that he had. So I think all of that, different experience for him really pays off in a situation like this where he can think through, step by step what he has to execute. So I'm not going to mess with him.
Crown Jewel is on the line here. One they have not won, Rick. Now, one note, Kyle Larson did say a moment ago, the starter on the 5 car is not working, so they're going to need a push off the seat. That should not be a big deal, correct?
Because NASCAR red flag and stopped the cars. That's the difference. If you stop your pistol on your own, it won't crank. It's too bad. NASCAR stopped the car, so you will be allowed to have a push. They will push you basically a lap, right? But if it will not fire all the way around back to turn 4, they'll shove you down pit road. I assume it will fire off if it's only a starter issue, but it's worth noting, Marty, we'll keep an eye on that 5 car.
And so Marty had mentioned this is one of the jewels that Kyle Larson doesn't have. He's won the 600. He's won the Southern 500, looking for a Brickyard 400. This is the reason for the caution. Accident on the restart, claiming 5 cars that are now out of the race. We'll have a restart when we return.
Now with Straight Talk, get iPhone 12 for a super great deal. All with real unlimited data. Super interested? Cool. Buy iPhone 12 with super fast 5G and a dual camera system. Then get real unlimited data on the Silver Unlimited plan for just $20 a month for a whole year. That's $300 in savings. Switch it with super great. Savings plus a new iPhone always makes sense. Less dollars, more sense. Now with Straight Talk.
You're unbelievable.
Applebee's mozzarella sticks are just 50 cents for a limited time.
You're so unbelievable.
Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with Once Daily Trilogy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trilogy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Trilogy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
An experienced QPC eater knows you should never let the ketchup deposit in the hot and juicy burger go to waste.
That's one hell of a drive there, D8.
call, man. Yeah, boy. Great job. That's how you win a race, Steve.
Right after the Paris 2024 Olympic break, it will be to Richmond. Take a look at the playoff standings as they run. That gap between Chastain and Wallace, 4 points separate those two.
And don't forget, when we go to Richmond, Option Tires, big news story. We talk about changes in NASCAR for the first time in a points-paying race. You're going to have the regular tire we see every week, and then a couple sets of softer tires. Who uses them at the right time?
Tough race for the driver of the 48s, Alex Bowman. He was involved in the most recent incident. He's standing by with you.
Yeah, Rick, part of that stack up during the restart. We heard on the radio it hurt or that hurt, something hurt. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Certainly a big one, though. I feel like they normally are here. So, yeah, bummer day. We didn't have a very good day going with our Alec Mara. We were pretty fast. We had some air on it, but just really tight and dirty air. Was stuck in traffic there. Getting blocked all down the straightaway for 27 was pretty fun. So, just didn't need to be that far back in that position, right? We should be running better than that. And unfortunately, the way the strategy fell and the cautions fell, we got buried there and struggled to overcome it. But yeah, we had a lot going on. My dad.
My God.
Interesting day.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about what just happened. What's going on, Dawson?
He is going to be pushing hard. I mean, you've heard in those races where he's run.
Okay.
It's devastated him to lose those races.
Right.
Here he is at the Brickyard, chance to win, and then lining up next to him is Todd Gilliland. A guy looking for his first win, doing a great job. has turned a lot of heads this year, signed a long-term contract with this team. Here he is in position, and I'm telling you, if whoever's in third, second row, bottom lane, that could be the place to be. Because if the two leaders get together, door to door, like they've been all day long, and that hole opens up, that could be a key to victory. That could be a pathway to victory.
Too many blank squares there on the leaderboard for me to think this is going to be the last overtime finish. Yeah. We saw this at Nashville. Fuel, wreck. 5 overtimes at Nashville that Joey Logano somehow survived with fuel in the tank. And I think it's the same situation here. There's so many guys, Jeff, stumble. Nobody is caring. They're going to push like you're going to go, and if you don't go, it'll be another wreck.
Pit road is open, and we're not seeing any takers. It will end up being a 2-lap shootout if this is the final overtime. But as you mentioned, it might not be.
Ross Chastain was on pit road under the last yellow, and he's back to 15th already. Right? I mean, Austin Dillon having a great, he's back to 18th. So, we don't know what's going to happen in the front 15 positions.
The only thing we are assured of is that the restart's going to be wild. We have seen blocking. We have seen aggressive late moves. And that has caused many cautions. Most of these cautions are because of restarts. Well, now, it's essentially 2 to go when they drop the green here, and it's going to become. Why is it going to become less aggressive? And I think that's the key, right? Is who makes the wrong move at the wrong time, and will that be the last caution? Because if we keep getting these cautions, then that brings fuel even that much more into question.
So the next time they come by will be when they choose. They get to choose inside, outside, and then we go for the restart. As they continue to do a little cleanup down at turn 1.
And all the crew chiefs are telling their drivers to watch fuel pressure lines, because what will happen is, while we don't have that reserve switch anymore, they're probably already on 2 switches, running both pickups, everything we showed you in the animation, you get a little bit of a hit. At these speeds, at idle, if you see fuel pressure drop at idle, or any signal that you're out of fuel, you absolutely don't have fuel for acceleration at RPM. And for sure not at a 2.5-mile racetrack.
And something else that is going on that has been created with all this chaos. Look at the points. Chris Buescher, who a few weeks ago we thought was in great shape, he's only 16 points to the good. Chastain only 7 to the good. Bubba Wallace, he's only 7 behind. He's made up a lot of ground the last few weeks. He's running 5th. Could he get a win here and lock himself in the playoffs?
Hope so.
This battle is getting tighter and tighter.
So they'll come back by for the choose. Right now, this race is in the hands of Larson. So Kyle Larson's up front. We believe he has the most fuel of the people around him. Him and Reddick. And so with the position he's in, if they're able to get all the way around and get the white flag, great for Larson. But if somebody runs out of fuel and can't get back around and doesn't get off the racetrack, we get another caution.
I don't think somebody running out of gas without an accident would cause us not to see the white flag. If they're somewhere in the back stretch still rolling, I think NASCAR is going to, see if they'll pull off in one of the openings back there. Maybe they stay on the racetrack. I think they would wait to see what that driver does before they put the caution out.
And you're assuming Larson's going to have to lead. Blaney is going to argue with that. Blaney is going to do everything in his power here. They're coming to get to choose. So which lane is Larson going to go with?
He's going inside.
I'm surprised. I am really surprised that he went to the bottom. I think that that is exposed him.
About to go to a second overtime here.
Getting on that door and just
finally, at last. Oh boy.
So Reddick's going to start behind Larson. It's Blaney and Gilliland that will be the first 2 rows on the outside.
Brickyard 400, the return to the oval, 30 years since the first race. There's just so many things. All races are important. All wins put you into the playoffs, but this is one, especially if you're Ryan Blaney, who drives for Roger Penske, the man who owns the Speedway. Let's listen in.
Okay, I understand you want to save fuel. I get it. But to get your tires clean, to be able to launch in this restart zone, you need to be buzzing through your tires, spinning them, getting heat in them, cleaning them off. swerving like this, you can't swerve like this when you're not under acceleration. You have to be using fuel to have the tires ready. So what the whole goal here for Larson, in my eyes, is number one, he needs a big push. He needs Tyler Reddick pushing him hard through the restart zone. And he needs to lead before the 12 car. He has to surprise Blaney. If he can surprise Blaney, get launched first.
Reddick's been close so many times.
Before he ever gets to turn one. But if Blaney checks it and it leaves the restart zone door to door with
this
him,
year to be
it's going to
exact.
be game on.
Steve, any last words before they come out of turn 4?
Look, if I am, say, Tyler Reddick's crew chief, I would say, look, the 12 and 38 are lowest on fuel. So, don't give up. Don't panic right away. They could run out of gas. We can deal with this again. I would just make sure I'm giving every sort of opportunity and all the hope possible to my drivers.
All right, here we go.
Let Reddick know when to go. Really put the hand out the window and tell him to go so that he gets a shove into that restart zone and across the stripe. It's about to happen. Pace car has gone on to pit road.
Over second overtime.
Control, Blaney on the outside. Second overtime. It'll be 2 laps.
Green flag.
A great launch for Larson.
Here comes Blaney.
Reddick way back. Here comes Blaney on the outside. Larson easily
Reddick.
Blaney. And you see Blaney wiggling. Does he have enough fuel? Now can Larson hold off Reddick?
Oh, here we go again.
And is he going to make contact? He does with the inside wall. We'll see if he continues to roll. They stay green if that car will continue to roll. So he's trying to roll. That's Ryan Priest, and he is trying to roll, but he's got a flat right rear tire. Out of 4, will they see the white flag? Larson in front, Reddick running second. One more time around. And the 41 still isn't moving.
I don't see any way NASCAR late some race.
Caution.
There's the caution. Larson's going to do it. Larson is going to win the Brickyard 400. Get back to the line. Priest started to roll. He couldn't continue. The caution comes out after they had received the white flag. And Kyle Larson gets his 27th career victory. And it comes.
Kyle Larson wins.
Win. The Brickyard 400.
There it goes. Kyle Larson is your winner, folks.
Go back to the month of May that Kyle Larson had here trying to run his first Indy 500. The fans here absolutely showed him tons of love. Every time he comes to pit road, they all stand up and cheer. Brickyard 400, baby, hell yeah! It didn't work out for him on that day, but it has today. Come on, guys. Good job.
They had the orange on there from Arrow McLaren. They wanted to do the double. There's Mr. H. He was the honorary pit car, or pace car driver earlier, celebrating with the team. The orange is on the car from that attempt at the double in May, where he was going to run the Indy 500 and then go run the Coke 600. But because of rain here in Indianapolis, he stayed to finish the race. He got to Charlotte late and wasn't able to get into the car in Charlotte because that rain, or the rain in Charlotte, pushed it too late to where they couldn't restart, so Larson wasn't able to do the double. But now, Kyle Larson wins at the most famous racetrack in the world. Kyle Larson has been deemed one of the, if not the greatest race car driver in the world today. This was the issue that ended up bringing the caution out where Ryan Priest could not continue. It looks like Elliott gets him from behind.
Wow.
Just grazed that inside wall, but I think the rear tire's going down.
Well, Larson wins it.
Him to keep going. Rick Henry spent the month of May, or a lot of the month of May, here watching how Kyle Larson was doing in the IndyCar.
Now Larson has the most wins this season. "32nd, ouch."
Kyle Larson on the scoring pylon here. He marks it on the yard of bricks. The tradition that Dale Jarrett, Todd Jarrett started when they won.
Well, that's it, guys. Kyle Larson wins it. Congratulations to the fourth win of the season. Race review should be out tonight. And Larson gets to kiss the bricks. So, congratulations. And anyways, this is Preston signing off. By the way, I give this race 7 out of 10. So, yeah, anyways, peace out.